There, I fucked him up again. Wait, did this guy drop ammo? I need ammo, damn it, please. Ammo. Oh, he only had 60, but that's okay. That's better than nothing. What do I do? This is a rocket drill. I don't know. This thing's better than that thing. I need health of some sort. I need health. Yep, and I need armor. Oh no, I need that health. I need it now. I need it now. Did he kill my jump pad? No, I can jump pad out of here if I need to. I need to take a car is what I need to do. Yep. Take me out. Take me out. Five left, guys. Wish me luck. 13 kills. So I've represented myself well here. I don't care if I lose. But let's see if we can pull another win today. That'd be fun. 13 kills. I think I owned it. I've killed some fucking nerds here today. I think I've done well here. Yep, we're just gonna borrow this. Yep, take that. Ooh, does he have ammo? Please tell me you have like ammo or something. I need ammo to kill this other guy. Please, something. That was better than nothing, yeah. I don't know what to do. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Oh god, run. I need this. Yeah, I need that. Stop this. Stop this. Get out of it. Just go and get the truck out of the storm. There. There. Oh. The fuck was that? I don't want him knowing I'm here. I just want to go to the storm. New car. Another car. Oh, he's fucked up too. Got him. Reload. Fuck this guy, he can't have a car. King of the hill, bitch. King of the hill. I'm king of the hill. Let's see. Yeah, pop this thing. See if it's got ammo. Oh. Oh. Yep. Okay. Fuck this guy. Oh. Ooh, there's armor right there. I think that's better than what I've got. can't move. 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 You have fun, bitch. Yep. You have fun. 5 left. Oh, I didn't know it was blowing. Ah. Fuck. I don't know what to do. Oh god, run. Run, 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 run. Use this for cover. Killed him. I'm gonna die because of the storm. No. Second place. Ah. It was such a good fight. I don't mind. I don't mind. It was so good. It was so fucking epic. It was so epic. I don't mind. I killed so many people. How many people did I kill? 15. I kill 1/5 of this entire match, whether they're bot or human. Fuck it, I did really well. My accuracy is 22%. That's okay. Damage to players 3,000. 28 headshots. Distance travel 5 kilometers. Damage taken 812 or something. 203 hits. Damage to structures a lot. Yeah, I fucked up his thing. I killed so many people that I don't mind. That's how you do well in this game, or any game really. You just do so well that it doesn't matter if you take second place, because it's like, fuck it, I got 15 kills. With the other guy probably has 17 or something. You know? Fuck it. Elimination collector. I'm not an elimination collector. Those are the people that ran across me. I'm gonna get off this game now. It was fun. I don't think I have it in me. I'm fairly drunk at 3 in the morning. I don't really care to take a win out of the Asian culture that's up at 3 in the morning or whatever. I don't really want to do that. I'm just gonna leave. So goodbye. Goodbye. I don't know what to play when I'm drunk. I guess I'll go play Rocket Raccoon. Yeah, I'll go play Rocket Raccoon and we'll listen to the weapons guy talk about gun rights and how bad the Democrats and the Republicans have fucked us for like 100 years. Launch. It's fun to play marbles at 3 in the morning. I think that's a gamer thing to do.
Gun control.
Very gamer thing to do.
Control would begin. In 1989, California would really begin its major push after the school shooting there that killed 5 children. You would start to see some other pushes throughout the nation state, but on the federal level, George H. Bush, newly in office, in March would sign an executive order that was purported to be kind of tough on drugs, that whole 1980s Reagan thing. And it was to help prevent drug stuff. But in there was essentially an extension of 1968 that added more to the sporting clause. Before, they said guns had to have a sporting purpose. Well, it was mostly focused on handguns. It more or less let rifles get away without a whole lot. But in '89, a list of features were added, such as pistol grip, bayonet lug, flash hider, folding stock, and so on. This is where thumbhole stocks begin. Now, there were several guns in transit when this happened, because again, it was an executive order, not from Congress. Also remember, Bush, Republican. So that's where these two come from. This is a Springfield essay. Thumbhole stocks begin. Now, there were several guns in transit when this happened, because again, it was an executive order, not from Congress. Also remember, Bush, Republican.
Yeah, it was a presidential order that he didn't need to make. I mean, that's the Republicans for you. That's what they do. They just swing their big dicks or whatever, and they fuck the entire country. I can't stand them. Anybody who backs them, anybody who's with them, fuck them and their stupid asses. They're blind. Anybody who rolls with the Republican Party is fucking completely blind. Fucking blind. Same as the Democrats.
So that's where these two.
Yeah, they're like blind and deaf. Like anybody who's willing to roll with the Republicans are blind and deaf. They're fucking blind and deaf.
This is a Springfield SAR 3/8 overstand.
It's a beautiful weapon. Yeah.
The SAR 3 was their variant of the G3, built in Greece.
I know a lot about guns, but at this point, we got to what I was trying to talk about. What the hell is that sound?
Damn, I barely hopped on TikTok.
Get off it. I want the record. Confirm. There is 6 people now. 6 people. 6 people in this match as opposed to 5. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking... Yeah, it's wise, yeah.
Those that were in transit simply had an 8 overstamped. And they would either just have their regular stock, or they would have a basic pistol grip stock, thumbhole stock, and then the pistol grip and stock would be included. And they still have a threaded barrel with flash hider, although some would have a cap, and they never did have a bayonet load. So they got away pretty unmolested. HK did a version of their HK91 marked as HK9112. Up here, though, is a Chinese Norinco marked 156S-1. These came in with their muzzle brake tack welded on and their bayonet lug machined off, to be fair, rather tastefully. And they didn't remove the underfolding stock, but they folded it up and put on a very chintzy thumbhole stock. And there was a grace period that ran, I think it was until November of 1990, where you could buy these and convert them after the fact, and they would allow it. But afterwards, then the 1989 ban would go into effect. Now, to be clear, this 89 ban did not affect domestic guns. It affected imports. And while, of course, it is gun control, it was really there, at least had the secondary fact of economic protectionism, protecting the American gun industry, which was starting to develop, along with the NRA, a considerable lobby as we get into the 1990s. Cheap, but also very well made foreign guns were threatening certain sectors of the American manufacturing market. Keep in mind, military-style guns at this time is a pretty small thing. And I just wanted to bring out my debuts. As I said at the beginning, I want to show some of my favorite bands, and the debuts are certainly that. And for a long time, these are very undervalued. This is the standard K2. Actually, this is a Max 2. They were also imported under the AR-100 name. And this really is a dead ringer for the military gun, except it just has a semi and safe selector. Still has the folding stock, bayonet lug, flash hider, threaded barrel, all the good features. And this is the one that's really well known, and it was imported in large numbers. It uses a long straight gas piston. The lesser known one is the K1A1. This is based on the military's K1A. And it too is very close to the military. It has the multiple position wire stock, pistol grip. Now, the original K1A had a short barrel because it was kind of intended as a PDW or submachine gun, even though it was 5.56. So what they did for import, they extended the barrel out to about 14 inches, and then they permanently attached the long flash hider to it to give it an overall length of 16 inches. Again, we're complying with the overall length here. Now this one is direct gas impingement, or rather internal piston if you like, so AR-15 style. It's very light and handy, analogous to the XM177. I don't know, these are just really cool guns, and they for a long time were very inexpensive and among the cheapest of the free-band guns. Although now I think people have kind of started to appreciate them, but they hold up well. You don't see any of these with broken parts. They have very good finish on them. It holds up, and they're both military tough. So even though it's maybe a little bit of diversion, I had to bring these out to show you because they're just among our favorites. Jay also appreciates the A2. Now, a post-band version was imported under the DR-200 name. And essentially, what they started doing in 1990, 1991, they replaced the stock and grip with the thumbhole stock. They also recontoured the lower. Pretty much left this all the same. Still, the DR-200 had the same regular mag roll to take AR-15 mags. They shaved off the bayonet lug, and while most DR-200s can still have a threaded barrel, they permanently attached a cap over the threads. As for the K1A, they never did a post-89 version. And I'm not aware of any of these who were kind of in that limbo cotton custom status. They must have been in between import batches, because it just jumps right from the AR-100 to the DR-200. By the way, the K1s were also imported as Max 1s, K1A 1s, and then at the end AR-110Cs, just to be complete. Really cool guns. We've covered them in several videos. If you're not aware of Daewoo, check out Daewoo. You will be day glad. And with that, let's get in to the Clinton era. So let's talk about the fruit of the import ban. I have several guns imported in the 90s, but most have been converted back to more original style. But I did have this one in the store. Apologies for cat hair. It had cosmoline all over it, which can attract a cat and or dog hair even in an operating room, I think. Anyway, this shows you what they did. This is a Romanian Romac 2545. These started coming in the 97 time frame. But yeah, they had to put on a thumbhole stock of some type. This is actually one of the better ones. Some of them are literally just boards. They had to shave off the bayonet lugs and no threaded muzzle. Although in the beginning, they could have standard capacity magazine wells. That was not one of the features looked at in that man. So the changes were cosmetic, and that's why my SAR-2 here was easy enough to convert back pistol grip, holding stock, replace the front side face to give you the bayonet lug and muzzle brake back. Anywho, so we still had imports, and many people credit Clinton with these, but that's not true. He had nothing to do.
Many people credit Clinton. It was Bush.
In 93, we had the Brady Bill, named after James Brady,
Bill,
one of Reagan's secretaries, who was shot and permanently disabled because of the assassination attempt in 1981. Now, the Brady Bill set up background checks at FFLs. Originally, these would be a 5-day wait period, but they were structuring an instant system, which would first come into use in 1998 as NICS, the National Instant Background Check System there. And it's worth noting that the Brady Bill had widespread bipartisan support. Even Reagan and Bush agreed with it. So it easily passed through Congress. The one Clinton's most remembered for came in September of '94, the assault weapons ban. However, the assault weapons ban was part of a much bigger bill, known as the Violent Crimes Bill, the Violent Crimes Act. Yes, it did introduce a lot of restrictions. Essentially, and this is really boiling it down to the basics, it took those sporting requirements from the '89 import ban and then applied them to domestic guns. Meaning, yeah, pistol grips, bayonet lugs, all that. It would allow a rifle to have two evil features. Usually one of them would be detaching a magazine and giving it one more. So you could have something like a pistol grip, but that would be it. Or if you didn't have a pistol grip, you could have a flash hider, but that would be it. It also banned so-called high-capacity magazines over 10 rounds. But pre-ban mags, ones made before September of 1994, were okay. Only after getting into October of '94 were such mags not okay. And this is when LE, law enforcement only markings, began to appear. It also, of course, applied to import mags. And some guns were banned by name. And restrictions were put on pistols, giving them a maximum weight and maximum size allowance. But again, the assault weapons ban, which was part of the Violent Crimes Bill, that was only one small thing. Other things that the Riggs Bill did, it gave more funding for police, more funding for prison systems, and this is how it also received pretty widespread bipartisan support, because people liked the whole tough on crime thing. So now domestic guns are being held to the same level as imported guns. So typically at this time you'll see sport AR-15s or pistol grips, fixed stocks, and muzzle brakes. And yeah, in 1997, the Clinton administration passed another executive order tightening the '89 import ban. just to give us more headaches. A new feature was added. Before, imports could accept standard magazines. But beginning in 98, they had to...
I'm gonna get off this now. We're past the era that I wanted to talk about.
Let's watch the backlash that the Republicans are receiving at their town halls.
Begin this hour with Americans speaking up very loudly and very clearly at town hall events across the nation. Republicans in Congress are taking the brunt of it over President Trump and Elon Musk, deep cuts to federal jobs and programs, and the uncertainty over the economy. A lot of people worried. A lot of GOP lawmakers have now canceled events amid all kinds of very tough questions from their constituents. Nicole Killian reports on.
Actually, I want to get right to, I want to cut to the meat of it, okay? The meat. No bones, just meat. Because there is definitely something here that I want you to see. We got a veteran who is at a town hall, angry over Doge. Let's watch that. And then I'm going to show you another voice memo that Tom Tillis received.
They're taking away my Social Security. Fucking yeah, fuck yeah. Wait, I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it. We're gonna pause it. I killed both their tanks. I killed both their tanks. You understand? I killed them. Oh yeah, baby! What happened here? You didn't let me vote. What happened here? You, like, took me through some terrible cycle of shit I don't care about. And now I can't vote on those guys. I can't vote. I can't vote. I want to try competitive, yeah. Start competitive, yeah. I want to do competitive Rocket Raccoon. I think that'd be amazing. 60 out of 60. I've got copper ore, but I'm out of fire. Yeah, I've got to send ingots off, huh? Yeah, I do. The queue is longer, but I don't mind that.
Tillis received.
I'm a veteran. You don't give a fuck about me. You're. Shut the fuck up. Yep. Shut the fuck up. You're taking away my social security. Fuck you. Fuck you, right? I will not sit down. I will stand the fuck up. It's my goddamn right. Yeah. You're gonna fucking do this, us. You can't take away our rights. You don't get to take away our healthcare. Fuck that. We work and we pay taxes, bitch. I worked all my life. I pay taxes. You can't take this shit away from me. You don't get to. You get off of me. Yeah! It's good to see some real Americans. You know what I'm saying? Yeah! You're pushing out a veteran.
This town hall, it was full of conservatives. Yeah, I think that.
Fuck the conservatives. Fuck the traitors. Fuck the traitors as they try and take Social Security away. They're fucking traitors. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying?
That's going to also piss off a lot of Americans as well.
Yeah, just Americans.
Well, this is what I mean when I say, like, Americans are relatively servile people, but that's because they're relatively comfortable people.
Comfortable people,
okay?
Yeah. We work because we have comfort, you know?
And the government making decisions like this in the short term might not be seen by many Americans, but I think, or might not get broad reception from CNN or maybe other outlets or whatever, but I do think that this is going to piss off people. Like, the example I will give you is like Colombia, right? Mahmoud Khalil, Arab name, scary guy. They're saying he's a terrorist. A lot of Americans can turn the other cheek at that. They'll go, oh, it's probably good. He's probably scary. I'm conditioned to feel like this is a bad guy. But this is not going to stop there. Inevitably, the government is going to nab someone who will have a higher media profile. There will be a Luigi Mangione situation. Not Luigi Mangione in the sense that, like, someone will allegedly assassinate a CEO, a healthcare CEO. I mean, like, Luigi Mangione got broad positive reception, not simply because everybody understood why he did what he did, allegedly, but also because his background, the way he looks, the way he carried himself, the way his friends talked about him. These are the types of optics that Americans respond to and will very quickly turn into a folk hero. The unfortunate reality is that Americans broadly don't think about Muslims as humans and think about them
I
as
do.
scary terrorists. But this will, the stress will increase. We will, of course, continue applying pressure. But having said that, inevitably that pressure will cause the dam to break. Because when there's more pressure, there's going to be more countermeasures, more prosecutions, more arrests, scarier enforcement tactics, and eventually you're going to arrest someone that is even more of a perfect victim in the eyes of Americans. Not saying that Muhammad wasn't. Not saying that you even have to be a perfect victim, right? I hope people understand. And when that happens, or as things continue to worsen, people will.
I cannot do
absolutely,
anything.
put
I
more
cannot do
teeth in
anything.
their,
You've
resistance.
taken my control away from me. Why? It's a competitive match. Why won't you let me control anything? My mouse died. My mouse died.
Especially if material conditions continue to worsen for
Mouse
the average
died.
American.
Ah. Oh.
Like, I'll give you something. I'll give you an example. Republicans are currently
That fucking mouse
discussing,
died.
Inside of their party to no longer have in-person town halls. This was reported by the New York Times. Republican House members told to stop holding in-person town halls. Okay, let's say you don't do that. People still want to respond to you, though. Okay, your constituents are going to want to respond to you. So if you don't hold in-person town halls, they'll respond to you in public. You just won't like it, because in-person town halls are certainly a more managed way to address the public. Because if you don't do town halls, people are inevitably going to find out where you are, because you're going to do a book tour, or you're going to go to an event where you're fundraising. They're going to be outside of that event. They're going to fuck your day up. You don't want that. They'll go out to your houses. You don't want that. Hassan, stop right there, Holy. I'm not saying that this is what I want people to do, dumbasses. I'm saying that there needs to be a pressure valve. That is what the town halls are supposed to do. The pressure valve is the town halls. If you don't do it at a town hall, people are going to address their concerns to you directly wherever you go. This is just a descriptive statement. It's not a prescriptive one. I'm not saying this is what people should do. I'm just telling you that this is most likely what is going to happen. Okay? This is what has happened throughout American history and throughout history in general. Yeah, remember what people did with Kirsten Sinema as the Democratic Party actively tried to protect her after she played the role of a spoiler. This is the appropriate way to vent and to at least maintain the optics of a democratic process, as though you care about what your constituents have to say, right? If they shut off the appropriate venues, people will find inappropriate venues. That's all I'm stating. Now, we watched this video.
Let him speak. Let him speak. He pays his taxes. Let him speak, you piece of shit. Fuck you, anti-American Republican pieces of shit. Fuck you, anti-American Republican pieces of shit. Fuck you.
Allegedly. What are you talking about?
Let him
Every
speak.
single time I mentioned it, I said allegedly. Dude, chatters, please lock in, dude. I don't know why chatters have a tendency to focus on dumb shit. Okay, here. Now that I gave you the potatoes, let me show you the meat, okay? Here is Senator Tom Tillis, who released an audio of death threats directed at him, his staff, and his family. I disavow this. I disavow. I'm going to say this over and over again. But when you listen to who is making these threats, you will probably quickly recognize that this is not like a Hassan Abiyad by any measure. Let's take a look.
That's not the ones that think about you southern white trash. That's what the ones who won the Civil War think about you. Do you understand that inferior bad genes inbred you and all your people?
Yeah,
Yep.
Tom Tillis, afraid of death threats. They get the out of
I would like to talk to Tom Tillis and ask him why he thinks it's okay for him to take money from this nation and it over. Why does he think that he can tell his employers to go keep themselves every goddamn day, all day long, and well, his goddamn and his employers over? Don't he know that his employers can take a fucking act now and cave his fucking head in?
God damn. Let me tell you something, okay? I don't think that guy's in the DSA. I don't think that's a Hasanabi. I think that dude is probably a voter. That's the
Probably a voter.
that's the average Republican voter, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
Okay?
Average Republican
And I
voter.
suggest, well, you're going to have to be very careful about going out in public or talking to anybody that's real, that's an actual American, because we hate you.
If I didn't have a broken back in Southern California, I would spend the rest of my life in federal prison for a chance to cut your throat.
Yup. I would spend the rest of my life in prison for a chance to cut Trump's throat.
That is North
Oh.
Carolina's very own Republican Tom Tillis.
Yep.
Those are his constituents. People are mad, dude. I disavow. I disavow. I disavow. Of course, I disavow. Make no mistake, I disavow. All right? And having said that, I can disavow till the cows come home. You can't stop 75-year-old boomers from making these death threats. You're cooked. Do you understand? Like, you're cooked. Yeah, these are dudes who are using a landline to make a death threat to a congressperson. I saw a funny reaction to this, which was like, someone reacting to Eddie Drumentum's post, which was like, yeah, Zoomers, hee, I think it'd be funny if something a little bad happened to this politician. In Minecraft, though, haha, boomers using their full names and address, I am going to kill you. Like, boomers do not frown, dude. Now, I'm not saying they're going to actually follow through on these promises, but I'm just simply stating that, like, if you got boomers saying like this, yeah, you got to change the trajectory, you know? You got to change course. Dark woke sweeping the nation. I don't think these guys are woke, man.
I don't think so.
I think they're aware
Quite the opposite.
of where the funding cuts are happening and what kind
Yup.
of repercussions that might have on them. So in an opportunity moment like this, in quite the opportune moment like this, how are the Democrats not actively trying to drive a wedge between the constituencies and the party, when the party's actions are deliberately implementing austerity measures that are harmful to their base of support, to the Republican Party's base of support? How in the ever-loving are you not screaming from the rooftops every single day about how this is going to cause a boomer side?
Boomer
You
side.
voluntarily gave up that position by voting for the cloture. You're volunteering to say, we can't even use this as a political messaging tool against the party that is going to set these deep cuts. I don't believe that every single card-carrying Democratic politician is this oblivious or this awful. And I don't know where we go from here. But I do see anger and resentment.
One gathering in North Carolina, they did go ahead and it got, how shall we say, very heated.
At Thursday's town hall in Asheville, the lines began early, snaking outside the building with some who oppose President Trump.
America has never been like this. We've had disputes.
Oh yeah, we held.
Disagreements.
Oh yeah.
But I've never seen it this angry before.
And others who support him.
The government has to cut because it is in trouble. And Elon Musk is not voting in, I get it. But neither was Anthony Fauci.
As the event got underway, frustrations towards the administration bubbled over. Attendees sounded off.
Like a non-elected person running our government.
And shouted down GOP Congressman Chuck Edwards, who represents Asheville, a blue city in an otherwise red district.
You're lying. I'm a veteran. You don't give a about me.
At least one man was hauled out by police.
You don't get to do that. You don't get to shut me up. I'm a voter. I pay for your fucking salary. Piece of shit. Don't you ever silence me. You anti-American Republican piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you and Elon and all the pieces of shit you wrote in on. Cocksucker Republican traitors. Fuck you.
Andy Fantano, the needle drop. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We are, instead of watching Playboy Cardi, instead of reacting to Playboy Cardi's new album, we are reacting to the collapse of the administrative state and the collapse of American empire. But, of course, the collapse of American empire will not happen quietly.
No.
It will happen with disaster after disaster. Oh. Can you clarify if the anti-Semitic terrorism policies are a component of the spending bill? No. The anti-Semitic terrorism policies, the new policies that the DOJ said it intends to use are completely, it's just a totally separate thing. It's completely removed from the spending bill. That's not a part of that at all. Pete the Artist, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I will be reacting to the new Cardi album later.
It follows a series of similar town halls nationwide, where members of Congress have faced off with angry constituents. Edwards received a steady stream of questions about Elon Musk, tariffs, the Ukraine-Russia war, and massive cuts to the federal government, from the VA to the Department of Education. Many in the room are still recovering from Hurricane Helene. Crowds surrounded Edwards as he left.
Bro, you can't, like, but trans people your way out of this, by the way. That's the other side of it. Like, when you impact people materially in a
and they're gonna fucking fuck you. They're gonna fuck you in the ass, Trump.
If you impact people,
yeah, they're gonna fuck you in your fucking ass. They won't do it. Okay? They'll kill you.
And they can feel that impact.
Yeah, they'll kill you.
They'll
full blown kill you
or whatever. You can't just like throw
shade,
a smoke grenade.
Yeah,
no. Escape by saying, but what about trans people? DEI.
What about trans people? DEI.
Okay. I don't care who's processing my paperwork, as long as I still got health care, as long as I still got Social Security. That's it. These guys think that they can just like deploy the trans grenade over and over again. And you're like, but we're doing these cuts because they're going to trans people. When you got like a 78-year-old veteran being like, I am trans. Hey, you're stealing my money, damn it. I'm the least trans person on the planet. How dare you? When they're fragilized or legitimately offended, what? I mean, I don't think they will, I don't think they'll awaken to the contradictions and instantly develop class consciousness, especially because, like, a lot of the boomers themselves have some kind of nest egg. So they do have a capacity for capital accumulation, right? So they are not aligned with younger workers that are just entering the marketplace at all. They have homes and right? Their material conditions are very different. The average age of a home buyer in this, a new home buyer in this country is 50 years old, okay? 50. A lot of people who have homes are very old. That's important. That means they have assets. That means they have capital. They have a means of capital accumulation. So for their material conditions to worsen, you have to really, really, you have to really do some messed up. Even then, I don't believe that they will rise up with revolutionary fervor. Don't misunderstand me, but like this anger can be channeled into more appropriate vectors. Because this anger is justifiable, this anger is understandable. Why wouldn't you be angry? Those people are more honest and more aware of who's hurting them than the damn near entirety of the Democratic Party's leadership that refuses to basically say, this is austerity, this is happening, Trump is doing this to you. They're recognizing it on their own. They're recognizing it on their own without the Democratic Party steering them in this direction. What exactly are they angry about? They're angry about layoffs. They're angry about the federal government layoffs. Some of them are federal government agency workers, or some of them are related to federal government workers. Some of them are angry at the fact that Social Security and Medicaid spending is slated to be cut. That's understandable that they would be upset at that. Some of them are veterans and VAs getting cut. Veterans are getting fired. I saw a stat that it was like, this administration has fired more veterans than any administration prior. Like something insane like that.
But the GOP lawmaker has vowed to keep holding in-person town halls.
Folks certainly have the right to protest and share their concerns. That's part of the process with democracy.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Nicole Killian in Asheville, North Carolina.
Yep.
To President Trump and Elon Musk's drive to slash the federal workforce. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, has the latest on that story in the anger over the cuts. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. And these sweeping cuts by the Trump administration and mass firings not only prompting legal pushback in the courts, but also from voters across the country, too, who are now confronting their Republican representatives at town halls.
Is this good? Is this good? I can't tell. Are we winning yet, guys? Are we winning so much that we will say, Mr. President, please let us not win any longer. We have won far too much. We are winning more than we have ever won. It feels like it don't feel too good. I don't know. It doesn't feel like we're winning a lot.
Overnight, a heated town hall in Asheville, North Carolina.
I feel like this is not productive with everybody yelling at me. I mean, if you want to hear... Yeah.
Republican Congressman Chuck Edwards confronted by constituents about the sweeping cuts across the government by President Trump and Elon Musk.
How do you justify
It's not as bad as you're making it. Were these 2 months hard? Sure, but only 46 more to go. Amazing. I can't wait. The past 2 months were awful. Every day there was a new controversy. Every day there was a new chaotic circumstance that caused the market to plunge. And fantastic that we have, like, think about it. Think about the stuff that's happened in the past 2 months, okay? And we have 46 more to go. Amazing. That's definitely going to be great. I can't wait, especially because, like, in, like, around 12 months, you're going to start seeing the impact. This is happening in the interim. This is, like, the immediate impact. That is the lightest version, okay? This is the lowest amount of impact that you will ever experience. Every single day, it will get worse. It will snowball, which is why I think people are going to get much angrier.
cuts to staff of the VA helping veterans, especially those with long-term care needs?
So first of all, there have been no cuts to the staff.
Edwards repeatedly booed.
Yeah, wait, also, we're not even factoring in, like, commonplace issues that that didn't used to be so common, like anthropogenic climate change related unimaginable climate disaster, like catastrophic events that used to happen like once every decade or once every 100 years are now happening multiple times a year. Pair that up with underfunding FEMA, gutting FEMA, underfunding the National Weather Service and NOAA, measles outbreaks and things of that nature. Are you kidding me, dude? It is going to be insanity. We're going to be out with our dicks out in the wind, pissing directly against the wind.
As he took questions for 90 minutes.
Like him or not, Elon Musk has brought a lot of really smart people to those.
One interaction turning so contentious, this man had to be escorted out. The Trump
You don't get to do this.
administration is pushing forward with those cuts. Thousands of workers have already been fired across the federal workforce.
Oh no, they're gonna fucking crucify my people. We must kill the Republican Party now. We must stop them.
And
They're like worse than goddamn Hitler. I'm scared they're gonna fucking bring us to the brink. Goddamn fucking traitors.
Of tax season, sources say the IRS is now expected to cut 18,000 jobs by May 15th. And the U.S. Postal Service announcing it will trim its workforce by 10,000 with voluntary buyouts after striking an agreement with the Department of Government Efficiency. Musk this week splitting with the White House, suggesting entitlement programs like Medicare and Social Security could be next.
The way it's important in entitlement spending, which is which is most of the federal spending.
Can't you learn to speak?
Entitlements. So that's
that's all, folks.
Eliminate.
Those words leaving some voters concerned.
What are you doing to ensure the protection of our Social Security benefits?
I'm not going to vote to dissolve your Social Security. I'm not looking to disrupt Social Security at all.
And overnight, a federal judge ordering 18 agencies to hire back 20,000 federal workers the administration fired. The judge saying the mass firings didn't follow certain rules or give advance notice, causing the impacted states irreparable harm by having to assist thousands of unemployed workers. And when it comes to the administration's argument that federal employees were fired for poor performance, the judge writes, this isn't true. There were no individualized assessments of employees. They were all just fired, collectively.
So hours earlier, a different federal judge issued a very similar ruling. The White House responding to that, calling it absurd, saying they will be fighting back, George.
Rachel, looks like no government shutdown.
Yeah, it's always down to the wire, George, but it does look like Congress will avert this. Senate Democrats reversing course. They were trying to block a Republican proposal in protest of President Trump, Elon Musk, and those sweeping cuts. But Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he will now vote to keep the government open, insisting that while these policies are bad, a government shutdown is worse, he says. George.
Okay,
Boo! Down with the Republican Party! Boo! Fuck the conservatives! Fuck the Republican Party! Boo! Boo! Fuck them! Traitors! Nazis! Fascists! Fuck the Republican Party!
I can't tell. It seems like they're celebrating him, right? Is that what is going on? Yeah, they're saying Boo-Earns.
Boo-Earns! I was saying Boo-Earns.
So much that you're gonna say, Mr. President, please, sir, we're winning too much. We're winning
too much.
President. That's what they're gonna say. You're gonna say, never again, Mr. President. It's because they're booing because they're tired of the victories. I think that's what it is. They're tired of too much winning. That's why they're booing him. That's what Trump meant when he said, we're going to win so much, you're going to say, please, we're winning too much, sir. This is the we're winning too much, sir moment. That's what it is. That's why they're booing him. They're like, please, we're tired. We're tired of constantly pumping our fists in celebration of all the wonderful things that you've done so far. Please make the winning stop. And it's funny because, like, while all of this anger and animosity is being directed at some of the public-facing figures of this administration, Republicans can't contend with that hatred and resentment that they're experiencing. So they keep talking about how, the left is getting radical. The left is getting violent.
The left's getting radical.
The left is
we just hate your worthless piece of shit. Dead asses. You're dead ass. You're fucking worthless. You're Republicans. You're dead ass. The only thing that's good about you is God. That's it. The only thing good about the Republican Party is God. That's it. It's the only good thing. Fuck the Republican Party. Fuck their bullshit.
He has chosen the other path, which is to try and prosecute it. The Israel method. That's cool. The Israel method, which is the Israel method in America, which is, is there too much backlash? Well, get the federal government to engage in censorious actions. That'll surely put an end to it.
Boo! Fuck the Republican Party! Fucking traitors! Fucking piece of shit fascist traitors! Boo!
There is, this moment, I think it's fair to say, a broad frustration with what we just saw from a handful of Senate Democrats led by the leader, Chuck Schumer. Everyone from Senator Bernie Sanders to former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger and lots of people in between oppose the effort to allow Trump's continued assault on the federal government. folks wanted to draw a line in the sand and say we cannot operate under the normal set of political rules here. And as painful as shutting down the government might be, the Democrats, as the opposition, needed to use any leverage available to them. Leader Schumer and 9 other Democratic senators saw it differently. They all voted to move to a vote on the shutdown vote to continue to fund the government. It's dispiriting, it's even infuriating to a lot of folks. We've been saying on this program, the bulwark against tyranny in this country is not politicians. It's us. All of us in every walk of life who hold fast to the American promise of government of, by, and for the people. Not the debased whims of a wannabe dictator and billionaire weirdos. No kings. Not ever. If there was any good news on this otherwise bleak day, it's every single hour of every single day, folks are waking up, and there is a dawning awareness that it's time to fight back. Donald Trump's project is as clear as day. He wants to dismantle the system of self-governance and checks and balances and to create a presidential dictatorship that does not depend on the will of the people. His model is Turkey, Russia, Hungary, places where the strong man rules no matter what, and you don't get a say, whether there are elections or not. That is his goal. It's clear as day. He basically enunciates it daily. And everyone else needs to be asking, how do you stop that from happening? How can you use whatever nonviolent tools are at your disposal to stop this unlawful power grab? How can we, as Americans, as supporters of democracy and the Constitution, build a united front across ideological lines in defense of marginalized people, the ones he's coming for first, in an almost literal reenactment of the famous Niemöller poem, in defense of working and middle-class people against the pillaging of oligarchs, heck, in defense of elites and powerful people who are using their platforms and power to preserve the American way of life. Right now, it doesn't seem like Democratic leadership understands that yet. But in many ways, and I know this sounds weird to say it right now, they are simply not what's important here. Stay focused on what's important. People are what's important. We're what's important. Public opinion is what's important. Civil society is what's important. And it's getting activated and organized every single day. Every day, the movement is growing. I mean, Republican representatives are being told to stop holding town halls because their own voters will not stop showing up to yell at them about what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing.
I was proud to vote recently for the House budget resolution, which provides the framework.
Boo! Fuck the Republicans and their traitor asses! Boo!
Department of Education. The decisions need to be.
Boo! Yeah, you gotta kill the education system so everybody's kids are dumb, huh?
Of Ukraine. Like him or not, Elon Musk has brought a lot of really smart people to Doge. And you wonder why folks don't want to do these town halls.
The protests against Musk don't end there. There's something really remarkable happening right now. I'm not sure people have really quite gotten their arms around this. We are seeing this organic bottom-up movement against Musk's signature company, Tesla. Some activists just put up a website with a simple message, right? Sell your Teslas, dump your stock. And then an entire Tesla takedown movement has sprung up in response. They've got a map where all the protests are planned all across the country. It's been happening for about a month. This weekend alone, there are more than 100 protests planned at dealerships, Tesla dealerships across the country, from Brooklyn to Toledo, Dallas to Grand Rapids, Raleigh, dozens more. There are even, as you might see there, a handful planned in Canada and the UK. I'm going to tell you something. I wager next weekend there will be even more, and the weekend after that more, because this is growing every single day. And it's not Democratic leadership in Congress organizing the protests. It's just everyday folks who are fed up and want to make their voices heard. And it's having an
felon
outsized effect. I mean, Tesla's sales are just cratering. The stock price has seen all of its post-election gains vanish. Musk's personal wealth has declined by more than $125 billion since the beginning of the year. That's because of this.
That's not a win. That's just him making less hundreds of billions of dollars. That's not a...
And that's why...
Oh, look at them.
Donald Trump...
They're so cute. Are they going to kiss in the Tesla? They love each other so much. They should kiss.
They turned the White House into a...
Oh, Donald. Oh, Elon. Is it Elon as they've said it is?
...car lot this week and cut an ad for his co-president's fleet of vehicles. While the Attorney General of the United States effectively tried to threaten folks with jail time if they voiced their dissatisfaction with Musk's company.
Jail time.
If you're going to touch a Tesla, go to a dealership, do anything, you better watch out because we're coming after you.
Wow.
And if you're funding this, we're coming after you. We're going to find out who you are.
If you go to a dealership? No. We've all got a First Amendment right to stand on a sidewalk with signs outside a dealership.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what Pine Bondi says.
Doesn't matter.
By all accounts, this is not being funded by some big funder. It's a grassroots movement. Some people are organizing. They're putting up a website. And at any rate, it doesn't seem like those scare tactics are working. I would hazard they only make people want to protest more. Today, hundreds of veterans and family members and loved ones rallied near Capitol Hill in protest of Musk's cuts to the federal government, many of which target...
Oh my God. Look at that lady shake her head at you. She's like, I fucking hate you. Oh my God, look at this lady. She's like, fuck you. She's such an American. I love this lady. She's like shaking her head. She's like, nah, fuck you. Nah, fuck you. Look at her face. She's like, nah, fuck the media. Fuck the people. Fuck the politicians. Fuck the fucking Republican Party. She like, look at this lady. She's shaking her head. She's like, nah, you fucked us all. You're fucking done here. You see that? You see her shaking her head? You're done here, bitch. That's the American public. If that's a lady doing that to you, you're fucking fucked. You see her shake her head. She's like, you see my face? You're done here. You're done here.
And been fired?
She's like, nah, over my dead body, I'll fucking kill you. Yeah, she's right. I think she's right. I think she's right.
Or service
I think she's right.
And directly.
She's like, nah, over my dead body, I'll fucking kill you. Yeah, she's like...
Yesterday, 100 demonstrators got arrested after...
100 demonstrators. Why did you arrest 100 demonstrators? Oh my God, you're so evil. You're so evil. You make Satan blush. With friends like you, who needs Nazis, you fucking assholes?
Hundreds more occupied the lobby of Trump Tower in Manhattan to protest the unlawful detention of the Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil.
They went to Trump Tower. Oh my God, that's what I would do. I'd be like, okay, you know what the bastion is for the piece of shit Trump presidency that kills us all? Trump Tower, that's where we're going. And they're like, what? Yeah, we're going to Trump Tower. We're going to occupy Trump Tower. And they're like, what? Yeah, we're going to occupy Trump's building. Okay. You know, the girls are going to be like, yep, I think he's right. Piece of shit Republican cocksuckers. What? I got killed instantly. What are you talking about? What?
Get y'all asses up there.
I went to pee. Oh, good. Yeah, we're good. I'm just staring at his screen. Just staring at this dead screen. See it? Oof.
Again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. It's taken a little while for people to sort of understand what they're seeing. Because it's shocking and it's surreal. But it's just the beginning. There's a lot more work to be done. So yes, some of the Democrats...
We don't like the billionaires lording it over us. We really don't like that. We're gonna fucking fuck you. You understand? We don't really like billionaires lording it over us. We don't like the monocle motherfucker monopoly dude. We actually really don't. We don't like billionaire cocksuckers ruining our lives. We really don't like it. And we're gonna fucking come for you, bitch. We're coming for you. Swiggity swooty, Elon. We're coming for your fucking rich ass $400 billion booty. And we'll take your money. We'll just take it. You understand? The Justice Department will just take it. We'll just take your money if we don't like you. That's the fucking thing about America. We'll fuck you and put you on the corner if you fuck with us. We'll fuck you around and put you on the corner if you fuck with us. You were born in South Africa. You don't know. I'm just gonna laugh at you. I'm gonna full-blown laugh at these billionaire brawligard cocksuckers, right? They don't know their asses are about to be put on the corner. They don't know. They've never done in the real world. They've never done America in the real world. I laugh when I think about it, and I'm like, oh no. Ooh, oh. Take it from me, take it from me. Oh. Yeah, just take that and I'll use it. Yeah. There we go. Chase the raccoon, bitch. Chase it. Chase the raccoon. Chase it. Chase the raccoon as I take you down the fucking rabbit hole of competitive, bitch. Chase the raccoon. Chase it. Chase the raccoon. Do it. I think that's wise. Chase the raccoon. Chase him. What? What killed me? What are you? Oh my god, are you serious? For fuck's sake. God damn it. I didn't even know I was getting hit until I was dead. Ah, you're so annoying. What are you doing? Stop, stop. There. Why can't I reach this team? Like, what? This is so badly designed. Look at how long I have to walk before I reach this team. It's so dumb. Look how far I had to walk. It's insane. Look at that poor person being chased by that tank. It's insane. I can't do anything. They killed everybody, but I mean, like, oh god. I better do my best here. I'm gonna do my best to actually stop this thing from moving. Oh. Yeah, like, I'm gonna do my best and run circles. Yep. I'm just gonna fucking walk this thing. I don't care. Oh yeah. We held the whole time. It was good. And it was good. And then there was some more of it.
Democratic leadership is disappointing a lot of people right now.
Uh-oh.
But they're elected to represent us. They're
The
going to follow what the people
resistance. The resistance. We are not okay. You guys have been acting like we're okay. We're not. We've come to speak, bitch. You fucked up our democracy, and you're gonna fucking pay. I love America. We'll put your asses on the corner inside of a second. We absolutely will. I love America. You actually have to pass the litmus test to actually live here. You actually do. And like, we're gonna fucking fuck you up if you think your billionaires will buy you think your corruption will buy you clout here. Nope.
And so we have to show them what needs doing.
We have to show them what means doing.
Shakir serves as a senior advisor to Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid. He's currently executive director of More Perfect Union and the senior advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders. Rebecca traced her. She's a writer-at-large in New York Magazine. She wrote about the shutdown fight on her Substack. They both join me now. Faz, let me start with you because, you know, I'm always very aware of the fact that in politics, particularly when it comes to sort of legislative actions and tactics, there really is a lot of backseat driving and a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking and a lot of like, you should have thrown the ball to that guy who was open. And it's like, yeah, well, it's a little harder than it looks. So I'm genuinely aware of that. Like, I know that's true, and I've covered the Hill long enough. You work for Harry Reid. Your advisor, Bernie Sanders. Like, you're someone who really has lived these kinds of decisions, has seen these tactics up close. What do you think about the decision by Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats today to vote for cloture to allow basically the Republicans to pass their bill?
So frustrated, but the reason I'm frustrated,
oh, we got that
and I
so
think
quick.
Why a lot of people are, is there was no negotiating demands, no governing demands. In a normal situation, if you know you've got the vote to either pass or not pass a Republican-led effort, you compel Donald Trump to sit down with you. But you only compel him to sit down with you if you know what you want to ask for. Right. And when you're at the table and you're asking for things, you have to come up with some pretty damn popular items, and you have to govern. This is not a play-dead strategic retreat. You can do it that way, and I understand why some people want to do it that way, because it absolves you of this conversation. But if you play alive and you go for it, you got to have a compelling demand. I mean, simply, I was saying no Social Security office closures in America, zero. Right? No veterans clinics will be closed, zero. Right? Make some demands, and then say, Trump, you got to sit down with us. And now you're projecting something to America.
Yeah, like you're projecting something to America, like, we won't fuck your ass and put your ass on the corner. Nah, America will fuck you up and put your ass on the corner. Like, it happened to some of us. America will fuck you up and put your ass on the corner. We don't play games. We play for keeps. So, like, when you fuck up in your community and you lie and you act like an asshole and stuff, we'll fucking cancel you with the women. We'll cancel you with your community. We'll cancel your political affiliation. We'll full-blown, like, it's cold. It's cold in the D. It's cold in the D. You know what I'm saying? It's cold in the D. Or cold in the A. It's cold in the A. So cold in the A. We'll stomp your ass on the street if you fucking fuck with us. If you fucking fuck with us, we'll fucking put your ass on the corner. I'm dead serious. America, and you know what makes me thump my chest for America is stomping billionaires. We won't stand for it, bitch. We'll put your ass on the corner. We full-blown will. We'll sue you, take your money, and log you up in court for the rest of your life, and then you'll stand there with nothing, penniless, with your pockets up, being like, America broke me. Yeah, America broke you, bitch. I've been through the system all of my life. You understand? Since I was 17 years old, I've been in and out of the fucking system, and I understand the system will fucking fuck you. The system will fuck you way worse than you think it is. You think the lawyers will protect you. No, the lawyers don't protect you from the American system. That's the bullshit that we built. It's gonna fucking fuck you, Elon. It's gonna fuck you in your ass. Like, I'm dead serious. Trump too. Trump didn't really make it through this. Not really. The courts are already after him for 200 felonies and shit. Trump didn't really make it through this. It's gonna be hilarious when he actually faces some sort of, you know, some ramification for acting like this, for selling and bribing a vote and like, you know, lying to the Republican constituency, splitting the Republican Party into MAGA and not maggot. Magat, you know, not MAGA and Magat.
Really well
There's
put.
like Magat and MAGA. There's like MAGA and Magat. and like they split the Republican Party. There's the MAGA, which is like Make America Great Again, and then there's like the MAGAT or Maggot, which is the Make American Great Again Trumper.
Rebecca, you also you sort of wrote about your frustration here, and one of the things I thought I saw you say.
I swear to God, he split the party, and that fucking fucked America. Fucked America so bad. If like the Republicans, they're so goddamn brain dead dumb. I can say it right to their fucking face, because they have no idea what we make fun of them about all the time. They have no clue. That's how fucking brain dead they are. They have no clue that they back this criminal, and we're gonna fucking fuck them. We're gonna put their ass on the corner. The Republican Party is done. I'm like dead serious. They're like done.
This is really...
This is going to hurt them so bad. Remember that time in January 6th when the insurrection dumped the place and, you know, kind of set us back 1,000 years in race relations with our closest neighbor? Remember that shit? Some of us do. Some of you don't, because you've been blinded by the money. You've been blinded by this rich man fucking fortunate one. You've been blinded by a Richie. You've been blinded by a richer, you fucking idiots. You're so stupid. You've been blinded by a richer, and you're about to see what happens. His ass will be on the corner inside of 20 years. His entire family will be on the corner. We'll fuck you and we'll spread you. That's how America goes. It's stupid, but you can't act like this. You can't act like this and not expect some kind of ramification. You actually really can't. We'll fuck you and spread you. That's how America ask any immigrant, ask anybody. Like America will fuck you and spread you if you don't take it seriously. It'll fuck you and spread you. That's what Trump did. He took us like we're a joke. Like we don't have you know, like Kendrick said, the audience is not dumb, you know, and not like us. He was like, the audience is not dumb, Drake, and it's kind of like that. The audience is not dumb. America is not dumb. You treated us like we're dumb. We're not fucking dumb. What happened there? What was that? He killed me so quick. What was this? Alright, well, I'm just gonna stand here and heal. Fuck this. Why would you fire? Fucking fire. Haha, stupid ass Hulk can't jump. Oh, we got off point. I didn't mean to get off point. Oh well. I have 22 assists.
Ironic is, Democrats have been defenders of the filibuster because they say,
Really?
look, it's sort of that door swings both ways. When we're in the minority, we're going to want to have the filibuster. Here was a cloture vote, a filibusterable bill. One of those things they need Democrats, and they just seem to kind of give that power away.
Yeah. Because they're
They didn't just
traitors,
seem
they're
to give it away.
Democrats.
They gave it away.
Like
Here
Republicans.
was this weapon that they claim we can't give up. We couldn't get rid of the filibuster because how else will we oppose the next administration? Okay, so you've got your weapon and you literally failed to use it. But I also want to point out that one of the reasons that I'm glad that you talked about this protest movement and the building protest movement and the ordinary people who are out on the streets. And think about what that means. Because when you're talking about those protesters occupying Tesla dealerships or occupying Trump Tower to protest the horrifying, chilling detainment of Mahmoud Khalil, you are talking about people who have other jobs, who are taking risks, who have families, who are giving up their Thursdays, their Saturdays, who are standing out in the rural red community that I spend a lot of time in Maine, very conservative community, people on the street in the slush with signs and pride flags and Ukraine flags, protesting from all kinds of ideological corners. This is not their job. They are taking risks to stand up in opposition to an administration that, by the way, is threatening to classify protest as terrorism.
Yes.
This is the risk that they're willing to take. And the Democratic Party leadership, we know that they're not in the majority. And yet, they are the only layer of powerful opposition that exists. It is literally their day job to do this kind of thing. And they did not do it. And so you have the contrast between the ordinary people out there who are taking their time, their energy to work in opposition to this truly chilling gutting of our federal government and dynamiting of our civil rights infrastructure. And then you have the people whose job it is to oppose that administration. And in some way today, they legitimized it by voting for the CR to go through. And that is devastating and enraging to me. And I believe that you're right, that it is going to be enraging to those people who are out on the streets and have been out on the streets for these past weeks and months.
And so, America is, at this hour, completing the 52nd day of having a president of the United States whose brain does not work. Donald Trump's brain is broken, badly damaged. As he exhibits every day, and once again today, Donald Trump said something that would have gotten any other president rushed to the hospital for a neurological examination and an evaluation for dementia. For starters, that's where they would have begun. It was a vile, anti-Semitic outburst by the man who once said this after he saw a black accountant working at one of his failed casinos. Quote, "Black guys counting my money, I hate it. The only kind of people I want counting my money."
Wow, they finally got on to the casino racism. They finally got onto it, huh? I knew that like 9 years ago. It took them 9 years. They're so dumb.
The president of the United States sees Jewish people.
Oh, they finally got to it. People made fun of me when I told them about this. I was like, I heard a nasty thing Trump said about a black waiter in casino, in his casino in Atlanta. And I was like, I heard a nasty thing about that 9 years ago, and I wondered if they would ever get to it. I wondered if they would ever find that. Because I was like, yeah, this piece of shit, he really doesn't like black people. He actually generally really doesn't like Mexicans or black people. He actually really doesn't. He alted? No, he didn't alt me, no. I wondered if they would get on to the casino racism. I heard about that way back in, like, I don't know, 2019 or something like that. 6 years ago, I think. Yeah, it was like 6 years ago. I was like, oh god, Trump is a fucking, like, a fucking nightmare who really doesn't like black people, and like, you know, I heard that a long time ago. And it's weird to see the AP come around to it like 10 years later. Yeah, but we're winning, though. If you give the gamers a way to play with each other without, like, you know, without it being toxic, they'll pay you. They'll pay you. We really want to play with each other. Like Marbles. Marbles is a good example of that. "14 seconds, we're gonna win this." If we get them off the point, they're fucked, and we haven't really died yet. We did now, but it took a while to die. "30 seconds. We've got to make our stand here, but I shouldn't have died. I mean, I don't know. These guys can't get kills. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. I can't do anything about that. Yeah, they just die. They can't get kills at all. I mean, they can. They can get kills, but I can't get kills because I have 25k healing. Fuck. Please do something. Nope, we lost this, huh? Alright, well. They never did get a kill. I haven't seen a kill in like 10 minutes. I'm sorry. I got 25k heals, but you didn't get a kill. Stunned, can't do anything. Yeah. Why didn't we win? We should have won. Or we did win. We won. Yeah. Oh yeah. Bitch, what? I won a competitive match. Oh yeah.
Little short men who wear yarmulkes every day. That's Donald Trump. Donald Trump spewed this demented poison today.
Trump's mind is gone. Trump's mind is gone. It is shattered.
We will get to. It came out of him in response to this question.
Are you planning to lower corporate taxes to match Ireland's rate?
Well, we are planning to lower taxes, yeah, if the Democrats behave, but the Democrats have no clue.
Are you planning to lower corporate taxes like Ireland? There's Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office today with the head of the Irish government, asked a question about corporate taxes in Ireland and the United States, which then got him rambling on for a few completely irrelevant paragraphs that could never be called an answer. And then he ended his response to that question about corporate taxes with this
Batman is so cool
statement about Chuck Schumer.
Schumer is a Palestinian, as far as I'm concerned. You know, he's become a Palestinian. He used to be
Schumer is a
Jewish. He's not Jewish
Palestinian.
anymore. He's a
Schumer is a Palestinian. Jesus Christ, listen to your broken brain.
Palestinian.
You've gone full dementia, huh? You're just repeating whatever some fucking little kid told you.
Not a single Republican anywhere in America who claims to be a staunch supporter.
Fucking jackass. Oh, really? Match found. Nice.
We a lot of Fallout 76 players are upset, and for a good reason.
Oh no, they forced the Ghoul update or something. Let's see.
Honestly, I had no idea how many players were upset about this update that's going to be coming March 18th, where we'll be able to turn into a ghoul. Until I made a few videos.
Yeah, we're pissed about this, huh?
And I started
I haven't weighed in yet.
Yeah,
I haven't weighed in.
The majority of the players are not in favor.
Oh, that's not good.
I mean, there are positives over this update. Don't get me wrong. I'll be getting into those as well. But first, I'm going to get into the cons and what's making the players upset. First off, how the Ghoul is becoming something that's going to involve the Atomic Shop as well. So, money. This is coming from Bethesda themselves. We're going to be able to spend our atoms to change back to a Ghoul.
Oh my god, they made that a shop thing.
Human. We get one freebie to use to turn back into
one
human.
freebie. One freebie? Are you fucking serious? You're going to have to rethink that, Bethesda. You're fucking stupid.
We don't like being a Ghoul, which I like the free option. Also like how Bethesda is making this more of a permanent choice in a way, but at the same time, it's not.
No, I think what they're saying is you'll see day of, you're pissed off and you're just following the crowd because you're a piece of shit tool. But I think what they're really saying is when you start the fucking character, they're like, would you like to be Ghoul? That's it. They're talking about a character choice. You're up in arms because somebody in your community told you that's bad. You're fucking stupid.
It's going to cost now money. Well, atoms, but basically.
Yeah, and if you want to reverse the ghoul, you gotta pay money because yeah, you don't get to just do that. You're a ghoul. You level the ghoul character. If you don't want to level a ghoul character, pay money to get it reversed. That I am actually okay with, because don't level as ghoul, and that's what they're saying. They're pissed off because, you know, don't level as ghoul, but. Oh. Oh. Please kill people.
like using real money, to turn back into a human, to a ghoul. And obviously, yeah, that's not such a great thing. It seems a little bit money hungry in a way, and I don't really think Bethesda's lacking in the money department, seeing how many Fallout verse numbers there are and how many players actually purchase from the Atomic Shop. And as we know, those aren't cheap, especially the Atomic Shop. They overprice quite a bit of stuff in there, to be real with you guys. I think money is solid for them right now, but they see an opportunity to make even more money from this ghoul update. Even though for the most part, if you purchase, 4 different things in the Atomic Shop, that's pretty much the equivalent of a brand new $60 plus game. Crazy. A lot of things in the shop cost 1,500 atoms and up. 1,500 atoms is equivalent to $15. I will say, for those of you wondering, if I do the quest line, do I have to turn into a ghoul? And the answer to that is no. You do have a choice on whether you want to or not when you go through the quest line, so keep that in mind. You do have a choice. You don't have to technically turn into a ghoul after doing this new quest line, so that's a plus. At least you get to experience this new content without being forced to turn into something that you may not want to turn into. And if you change your mind later, you do get one freebie to turn into a ghoul or turn back into a human, like I mentioned before. But after that, it's going to cost atoms. On that note, though, over how it is going to cost atoms, some people are thinking possibly the fact they are tying ghoulification to atoms, as you can see here, means it's probably going to go through a series of nerfs and buffs very consistently to encourage people to change constantly. Which this person had a great point, and this comment had 27 replies, and a lot of them were agreeing with this guy. Let alone this comment had 363 likes. So that's a lot of people agreeing with this guy. I mean, wow, Like, I don't know, I started realizing that, a lot of players aren't in favor, because I did make another video saying why you want to turn into a ghoul and stuff, and yeah, people were just not in favor of that. Like I mentioned before, there are some positives out of turning into a ghoul. You are going to get extremely powerful, but there's quite a bit of negatives too, which brings me more into that. The next thing is the disguise. How you get this disguise is by talking to a specific character named J-Bo, which this person's in like the new ghoul headquarters or whatever. And then that's how you get the disguise on. And the reason why we need this disguise is because pretty much none of the factions are able to communicate with us. Some of you may be thinking, well, I don't care about that. I've already completed the story long ago. I've already completed all those stories. They're no problem. Well, some of you may have not maxed out Settlers or Raiders' reputation. And as some of you may know, doing the dailies to increase your reputation to get those maxed, you are going to have to be wearing a disguise. And the disguise comes with quite a bit of negatives. As you can see here, for example, first off, let alone to even take off the disguise, you have to go back to J-Bo and have it removed from you. So this is going to be a back and forth kind of thing. So you may be thinking, well, what if I just wear something that covers my face, or I wear power armor or something? Nope, that doesn't work as a disguise. You have to literally get this disguise from this specific character from the ghoul headquarters. And it's not in your inventory where you can just simply take off. No, you have to literally travel all the way back to J-Bo and have it removed. Going through even more loading screens to just get the disguise off or on. Seems pretty tedious. So yeah. And like I mentioned before, the disguise comes with quite a bit of negatives. As you see here, this is coming straight from the Fallout wiki source over the ghoul, and also discusses what quest lines aren't available. And by the way, there's no unique dialogue over becoming a ghoul either. I tested it out with all of the different factions, and yeah, none of them even recognized we turned into a ghoul. It's kind of ironic, because I was talking to like the Brotherhood of Steel members outside of the Brotherhood of Steel headquarters, and they were just fine with me. They were talking to me like I was A-okay, but when I went to go try to go into the headquarters, it states the Brotherhood of Steel is distrustful of ghouls. But yeah, that's besides the point. That's just something just kind of odd and very immersive breaking in a way. But also here, as you can see, it states, while wearing the disguise, ghouls will have the following penalties. Sprinting will cost 50% more action points, so you're going to run out of action points faster, and you're going to be getting around slower than usual. Because your action points will run out faster, which, running requires action points. Also, the ferrometer depletion rate is increased by 30. So now, if you want to keep your ferrometer up, well, it's going to take a bit more chems to keep your ferrometer up, which I'll get more into the ferrometer further in this video. But as you can see also, the movement speed is slightly slower. So yeah, your action points are draining faster to make you slower, and also your movement speed.
Let me get something to eat. I'll be right back. this mayonnaise, it's old, and I'm going to throw it away now. Then mustard and mayo, the next mayo container. There we go. Yeah, I like that. That's better. We'll buy those in the future. Okay. Let's do it, and then we'll do a kosher dill pickle spear thingy or whatever. Yeah, that. And we're good. I guess it's a sandwich wrap. Okay. Okay. I'll just drink water. Water's a good thing. Yep. There we go. Oh, good. You're like getting all the pickle juice on me immediately, as usual. So, okay. There we go.
It's slower too. And you can get something called super over encumbrance, drastic action point drain, and forced slow walk. So yeah, you're not going to be doing something like a little slow jog when you're over encumbered like you normally could. You're going to be like barely walking with the super over encumbrance while you're wearing this disguise. And by the way, here are all the quest lines that you have to wear a disguise for in order to do them. The Enclave with Modus, the Wayward. I just thought this was kind of strange because literally inside the Wayward, one of the main characters is a freaking ghoul sitting right there at the bar. Anyways, carrying on here, the Vault 76 Overseer, Raiders, which also is kind of weird because ghouls are all over in Crater, and not to mention a ghoul is in the higher ranking too. Anyways, carrying on here, we got the Settlers, and same thing. There's a ghoul in the higher rankings at Foundation with the Settlers, and they have ghouls walking around. And also, the Settlers are known for accepting everybody. You know, they're very welcoming. That's what they're known for. They help give people a home. And not to mention, there's dialogue that you can get from the Settler Guard that states, "Welcome to Foundation. Treat everyone like your best friend," or something like that.
Welcome to Foundation. Keep your weapons holstered and treat everyone like they were your best friend.
So they're supposed to be getting along with everyone. Anyways, carrying on here, the Secret Service is not going to be available unless you're wearing a disguise. You're not going to be able to interact or do anything with the Secret Service. Also the Brotherhood of Steel too, which this makes sense, and so does the Enclave. But like everything else doesn't at all. And you know, I can understand why there's no like unique interaction or dialogue that I found so far, at least. And the reason why is because they would have to hire back on those voice actors and get them to say unique dialogue and stuff, which, you know, that kind of makes sense and seems like it'd be a bit more time consuming. But at the same time, it also makes it seem like they rushed this update too. I mean, they didn't take the time to make these unique dialogue lines and stuff. I don't know. I'm like in between with that. I can understand, but at the same time, I don't really think money is a problem with Bethesda. I just think they wanted to rush this, and that's what they did. They just made a text pop up appear when you go to try to go into these places, stating that you're not allowed. Kind of seems like a lazy route, just being real once again. And some of you may be thinking, well, it does sometimes state unfamiliar rules. What if you're already familiar with them and you got like a high ranking with them? Nope. Still the same answer. Now, like I mentioned before, I can understand why they didn't want to rehire everyone. That would be time consuming and costly too. But getting like the extras, like the Brotherhood of Steel NPCs that you see outside of the Brotherhood of Steel headquarters, honestly, I don't think that would be as costly or time consuming to get like the extras. That'd make it feel more immersive, like you're not welcomed here and stuff like that to the ghoul, instead of nothing unique happening. But yeah, on the note of this disguise, as you can see here, some of the top comments, once again, 329 likes here. Having a high reputation with the faction should remove the requirement to wear a disguise, in my opinion. Completely agree with this. As well as this comment here, 121 likes on this. In the wayward sits a ghoul. The Raider Demolition Expert is a ghoul. Ghouls live in Foundation regularly. Secret Service has a ghoul. Minerva's bodyguard is a ghoul. Did I miss something, Bethesda? 121 likes, so 121 people agreed with this comment too. So a lot of players are in favor of these complaints, and I feel like they're important to talk about because this is what we're going to be getting in the future. Here's another comment with 268 likes. So 268 people agree with this guy. The faction's not wanting to deal with you makes no sense. Unless they are going to remove all the ghouls in the Settlers
Oh no, they
Raiders.
went against
If
the
that doesn't
lore.
happen, the disguise makes no sense. Anyways, here's another comment. Completely agree with this person too. It's a bit odd to require us to wear the disguise when we have a plethora of masks, helmets, and headgear we can wear. Did they add in new factions for us to interact with to replace the ones we lose? It seems like they really don't want us to play a ghoul since it locks out a ton of the game. And I know some of you may be thinking, well, ghoul is meant for just in-game players and in-game content, which, you know, that does seem like the case, honestly, here. But at the same time, getting the Settlers and Raiders reputation to max takes forever. Even if you're already an in-game player, you may not have those maxed out. Now they're going to be more of an issue because you're going to have to get a disguise on every time to do some of the dailies to increase your reputation. Like, for instance, that robot that you have to speak to in the Overseer's home, you know, the camera quest daily, that'll help increase your, you know, reputation. Yeah, you're going to have to wear a disguise every time you go and do that. And then go back and take off your disguise to become a ghoul again so you don't get those negative effects. Also, there's some players thinking that they suspect there will be Atom skins for the ghoul disguise because of how lame it looks. You don't get like this whole crazy good looking unique disguise. Yeah, you just get a bag over your head. It looks kind of like a Raider disguise, but it's not just meant for specifically Raiders. It's meant for your disguise in general with all quest lines. So yeah, those are just some of the negatives. Also, for those of you wondering about mutations, keep in mind the adrenal reaction isn't going to be working because full health is a very big deal with the ghoul. That's how you get the glow effect as the ghoul, which the glow effect is used for the new ghoul perk cards. So the adrenal reaction and bloody builds are out the window now. If that was your thing, well, it's not going to be your thing as a ghoul. You're now going to have to be doing full health style to get the most bang for your buck, I should say. As you can see, this player made a great point here. As a ghoul, you lose access to bloodied, overeaters, unyielding effects, which you get plus 15 strength from having 5 pieces of unyielding on, as well as 75% melee damage, plus 150% unarmed damage. Overall, unyielding has a ton of benefits and synergies, so losing that really hurts ghouls. You also lose effect use of adrenal reaction mutation, which can give you plus 63% damage when below 20% health with Strange in Numbers perk card on. And you also lose nerd rage too, which gives you plus 20% extra damage. And as a feral ghoul, you also can't use chems like psycho buff and stuff like that will increase your damage even more. I'll get more into the feral here in a bit. As you can see, there's a ton of damage buffs that feral ghouls lose out on. I wouldn't be surprised if bloodied humans still outperform ghouls in every single metric, including melee damage. Feral used to be plus 300% melee unarmed damage at first, but it got nerfed down to plus 150% on the PTS. The strength buff alone from unyielding rivals that for unarmed builds. This person had a great point. And it's true. Actually, here's a little bit about the mutations.
It's true.
As a ghoul. Ghouls can still have mutations, but they cannot gain a mutation by extreme radiation exposure And ghouls can still acquire mutations through the use of serums. However, they can still remove mutations with RADaway and decontamination arches like normal. So it is recommended to use starch genes still, even as a ghoul. And due to the nature of ghouls, some mutations may not be as beneficial and even more detrimental than going without it. Plague Walker, for instance, serves no purpose as ghouls cannot get diseases, as well as adrenal reaction and stuff like that. Now, let me go ahead and get into the feral meter. The feral meter is this new feature that's coming with the ghouls. And how you keep this up is by taking chems. That's how you keep your feral meter up. However, to get the real bang for your buck from using the ghoul is by having it at 0%. Most ghouls are going to be melee. They're going to be using auto axes and, stuff like that. They are going to be melee. I can tell you that right now. Most ghouls will be using melee due to a lot of the ghoul perk cards and the buffs that you get. As you can see, if you have the feral meter at 0%, it'll give you plus 150% melee damage.
It's weird. They did this for me, but I don't care. I don't care about melee anymore.
However, it'll give you -5 endurance, -99 charisma.
Sort of sad, and this is the end of the video for me. Goodbye. An Oblivion remake released this summer. Wow. Fallout is wasted with Bethesda. I guess I'll play some Skyrim. Marvel Rivals was fun.
No longer a need for the process to be prolonged. I would have preferred to carry through to the finish, whatever the personal agony it would have involved. And my family unanimously urged me to do so. But the interest of the nation must always come before any personal considerations.
There's no way your family
From the discussions
wanted that.
I have had with congressional and other leaders, I have concluded that because of the Watergate matter, I might not have the support of the Congress that I would consider necessary to back the very difficult decisions and carry out the duties of this office in the way the interests of the nation will require. I have never been a quitter. To leave office before my term is completed is abhorrent to every instinct in my body. But as president, I must put the interests of America first. America needs a full-time president and a full-time Congress, particularly at this time with problems we face at home and abroad. To continue to fight through the months ahead for my personal vindication would almost totally absorb the time and attention of both the President and the Congress in a period when our entire focus should be on the great issues of peace abroad and prosperity without inflation at home. Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president at that hour in this office.
Crooked Republicans, crooked Republicans.
Expected him to fall in line this fast or this hard. Here's how it happened and why America should be very, very worried. At first, there was hope. However misplaced, however naive, some believed Trump's second term wouldn't be as pro-Russian as feared. After all, his first term wasn't exactly a gift to the Kremlin. Yes, Trump loved to praise Putin. Yes, Russia had literally toasted his 2016 victory with champagne in their parliament, expecting a golden age of US-Russia relations. But then, reality hit. Trump didn't lift major sanctions. He even imposed new ones. He approved selling Javelin missiles to Ukraine, missiles that would later become legendary for stopping Russian tanks. And while Trump himself might have been sympathetic to Putin, his more hawkish officials often overruled him. By 2020, Moscow had learned its lesson. Trump talked like a Russian ally, but he didn't act like one. So how did we get from that to Trump being called Putin's most useful idiot by General Sir Richard Shirreff, NATO's former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Europe? Well, things are different this time, much different. For one, Trump isn't just playing nice with Putin. He genuinely believes that backing Ukraine is a waste of American money, over $69 billion in military aid down the drain. The only time he gave Ukraine the time of day was when he tried to get President Volodymyr Zelensky to sign away 50% of the country's mineral deposits that could be worth up to $26 trillion. Also, Trump thinks NATO allies are freeloaders. In 2014, only 3 NATO countries achieved the target of investing at least 2% of GDP in defense. In 2024, the situation was much better with 23 countries, but this number still doesn't include all NATO allies. That's why Trump believes America should stop footing the bill and let Europe handle its own problems. As simple as that. And then there's the personal factor. As analyst Ian Bremmer put it, Trump gets along with Putin personally, while Trump believes, correctly, that most European leaders neither like him nor respect him. That's a dangerous mix. Trump's foreign policy has always been driven by ego, and right now, his ego is telling him to side with the one leader who flatters him and turn his back on the allies who don't. And boy, did Putin get the memo. The flattery campaign started early. Subtle at first, a little praise here, a calculated gesture there, then it escalated. Putin went on Russian state TV calling Trump a clever and pragmatic man, because nothing feeds Trump's ego like being called smart. He agreed with Trump that the war in Ukraine never would have happened if he'd been in office. He even parroted Trump's own delusions about the 2020 election, saying the crisis could have been avoided if they hadn't stolen the victory from him. And Trump, he ate it all up. But Putin didn't stop there. The Kremlin orchestrated the release of multiple American prisoners, including Mark Fogel, the American school teacher arrested in Russia back in 2021, as well as others held in Belarus, all while making it seem like Trump had something to do with it. Make Trump feel like the center of attention, make him believe he's the one calling the shots. Classic KGB play. Then came the ultimate stroke of flattery. Putin quoted Trump's own campaign slogan, "Common sense," to justify his approach to Ukraine. Trump instantly bragged about it. Putin's using my words, but that wasn't just flattery. That was bait, and Trump, predictably, lunged for it. Putin, KGB trained, manipulative, ruthless, is playing Trump like a fool, and Trump, desperate for approval, is letting him. He's even openly celebrating him, making decisions that play directly into Russia's hands. Political scientist Sasha DeVogel called it unthinkable. Here we are. But let's be clear here, Putin doesn't really respect Trump. He doesn't admire him. He sees him for exactly what he is, an easy mark, as John Bolton, Trump's own former national security advisor, puts it. A man whose need for validation is so overwhelming, so predictable, that he can be steered like a puppet. And that's precisely what Hillary Clinton famously called Trump, Putin's puppet. And this was back in 2016. Now, there's nothing stopping Trump from truly becoming one. His first-term advisors, many of whom tried to steer him away from full-on Russian appeasement, are gone. In their place, loyalists who either agree with his pro-Kremlin stance, like Vice President J.D. Vance, or are quietly adapting to it, like Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. But judging by Rubio's body language and mortified expression in the Oval Office while Trump and Vance were berating Zelensky, he still has to work on his poker face. Meanwhile, Trump's base has changed too. Pro-Russian, anti-Ukrainian sentiment has spread among his supporters, though 62% of them still don't agree with Trump that Zelensky was the one to start the war, according to a Reuters poll. This was just one of the many falsehoods Trump directed at Zelensky, but this one was particularly important. Why? Because it's something that Putin has claimed all along. It's one of his infamous talking points that no one's really buying, except Trump apparently. But this wasn't the only time Trump parroted Putin. He also called Zelensky a dictator without elections, calling into question Ukraine's democracy, another Kremlin classic. Never mind that Zelensky was actually elected with 73% of the votes back in 2019, unlike a certain Russian president who's been in power since the Clinton administration. Never mind that his approval rating is still around 67%, despite a 3-year war. And never mind that Ukraine's elections are on hold because Russia is actively bombing its cities. But Trump didn't stop there. After their disastrous Oval Office meeting, Trump practically launched a smear campaign against the Ukrainian president. He accused Zelensky of being ungrateful for US support, claiming he doesn't even want peace. It takes two to tango, he said, as if Ukraine and Russia were squabbling neighbors, not an invader and a victim. That sound you hear, that's Putin laughing all the way to Kyiv. The Kremlin has spent years trying to delegitimize Zelensky, weaken Ukraine, and fracture Western support. Now they don't even have to lift a finger. Trump's doing the job for them. A US president is delivering everything Putin has ever wanted on a silver platter. Don't believe us? Let's take a look. For decades, Putin has pushed the idea that Ukraine isn't a real country. He called its independence from the Soviet Union a mistake and claimed its borders were drawn unfairly. In his mind, Ukraine is just an extension of Russia, its people, its culture, its land. And he's never stopped trying to erase it from the map. His goal has always been to install a pro-Kremlin government and make Ukraine a vassal state, whether through war, political sabotage, or Western apathy. And now Trump is openly echoing Putin's talking points. He might not go as far as to claim that modern Ukraine was created by Russia, but the sheer fact he's undermining Zelensky's right to lead the country speaks volumes. By letting Putin do whatever he wants, Trump is signaling to Moscow that America won't stop him from forcing regime change. Then there's the issue of territory. Putin always wanted Ukrainian territory, believing he was just taking back what was rightfully his. In 2014, he took Crimea. In 2022, he invaded again, seizing massive parts of Ukraine's east and south. Currently, roughly 18% of Ukraine is under Russian control. That's about 42,000 square miles. Putin's ultimate goal? Hold on to everything he's taken and then grab more when the West stops paying attention. And it looks like the first part is already covered. Trump's team has now openly abandoned the idea that Ukraine should reclaim all of its land. Trump's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is unrealistic. That's music to Putin's ears. Bolton summed it up best. The positions Defense Secretary Hegseth announced in Brussels constitute the terms of a settlement that could have been written in the Kremlin. Maybe they were. The US has effectively told Ukraine, keep what you stole, we won't stop you. Not only that, but we'll make it easier for you to keep stealing. How? By preventing Ukraine from joining NATO. This was always one of Putin's biggest fears, Ukraine becoming a NATO member. After all, a Ukrainian NATO is a Ukrainian counterattack without triggering a full-blown war with the West. That's why he invaded in 2022, or so he claims, citing Ukraine's NATO ambitions as a so-called threat to Russia. If Ukraine is left in limbo, neither in NATO nor fully independent, Putin knows he can keep attacking whenever he wants. And that's exactly what's happening now. Trump's team is shutting the door on Ukraine's NATO hopes. Hegseth didn't just rule out membership, he did so in terms that made it clear Ukraine had no say in the matter. The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome. He put it plainly in Brussels. Translation? Putin got exactly what he wanted from the start. And it gets worse. Hegseth also declared that any troops from NATO countries who serve in Ukraine won't be covered by Article 5, the alliance's mutual defense clause. That effectively removes NATO as a deterrent against future Russian attacks. Even Russia's most hardline diplomats couldn't have written a better script. So NATO is off the table for Ukraine. What else? Well, as of recently, so is the US aid. From day one, Putin's strategy has been to wait out the West. He knew Ukraine couldn't survive without US and European military aid, and he bet that if he dragged the war out long enough, the money and weapons would dry up. And on March 4th, the US, Ukraine's single biggest military backer, officially suspended all aid. Not cut, not reduced, stopped. This even includes the $1 billion in aid that had already been approved. This somewhat expected but still shocking move made Shiref conclude that Trump was now very firmly in Putin's camp. He also said that the US could no longer be relied upon or trusted as an ally. It's something that not only Russia is celebrating, but China as well. Trump's moves in Ukraine are affecting Taiwan's future in real time. But Trump doesn't care about anyone else besides the US at the moment. America first, remember? This, of course, also includes Europe, which, as things stand, will be left to its own devices. And who's always wanted to separate Europe from the US? You guessed it, Putin. The idea is simple. Without US involvement, Europe will be left weak and vulnerable, divided, and unable to protect itself from Russian aggression. In Putin's mind, Europe doesn't stand a chance without NATO's might and without US leadership. NATO is essentially toothless. After all, the US pays 16% of NATO's running costs, which total roughly $4.1 billion per year. Plus, the country has over 100,000 troops deployed across Europe, the bulk of them being stationed in Germany, Italy, and the UK. But Trump has seemingly had enough of this. He now believes Europe should be the one to protect Europe. It doesn't matter that leaders like Germany's Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock have openly admitted that Europe can't do it on its own. It's only a matter of time before a NATO without the US becomes a reality. Then Putin can do whatever he wants. Poland, the Baltic states, the ex-Soviet republics, the continent is his smorgasbord. And do you know who will decide the fate of all these smaller countries? Only the world's superpowers. Putin's ultimate goal has always been to restore Russia's dominance in the world order, harking back to the days when the Soviet Union ruled with an iron fist over the fate of smaller nations. And guess who else seems to be following that playbook? Yep, Trump. This has become obvious in how the Ukrainian peace talks are being handled. Putin wants it simple, just him and Trump at the table, deciding the fate of another country without any interference from weaker nations, Ukraine included. No one else gets a seat at the table, and Ukraine's security is now being haggled over in deals with Russia and Saudi Arabia, with no guarantee that Ukraine will get a say in the peace process. In this way, Ukraine becomes nothing more than a pawn on the table, a bargaining chip for the great powers to decide over. In this new world order, smaller nations will have to take what they're given, even if that's at the expense of their sovereignty. But for Putin's dream of a new world order to materialize, Russia must first be reintegrated into the global system, and that means lifting sanctions and restoring its place on the world stage. Luckily for Putin, Trump seems more than willing to play the role of welcoming host. The US administration has already begun laying the groundwork to ease sanctions on Russian entities and oligarchs. In fact, the State Department and Treasury Department are reportedly compiling lists of Russian figures whose sanctions could soon be lifted.
But I don't fear them.
Also, Trump has made it clear that he loves the idea of Russia being welcomed back into the G7, effectively turning it back into the G8. If Trump succeeds, Russia will return to the exclusive club of the world's most powerful nations, signaling a dramatic shift in global dynamics. However, aligning openly with other authoritarian leaders is just one facet of autocratic rule, a path that Trump seems to be accelerating down with each passing day. This certainly isn't the only reason why many worry he could become Putin 2.0. Here are some actions taken by the US president that make us feel like we've seen this story play out before, in Russia. There's no sugarcoating it. Trump's moves are straight out of an authoritarian playbook. The Capitol attack pardons and the appointment of loyalists to key positions, classic strongman tactics like Putin's. His undermining of the rule of law and checks and balances, no accident. His actions are eerily similar to other authoritarian leaders as well, like Viktor Orban in Hungary. As Brendan Nyan of Dartmouth College said, "It's almost embarrassing how crude it is." And he's right. Nyan was just one out of over 800 political scientists who sent a letter to Trump warning him that he was undermining the rule of law and basic constitutional principle of checks and balances. But Trump isn't just centralizing power, he's obliterating the boundaries that have kept US democracy intact. He's purging the Justice Department, placing loyalists atop the FBI and military, and punishing media outlets that don't toe the line. He's testing presidential authority like never before, and the consequences for American democracy are staggering. Just like Putin's Russia, where the executive branch is designed to maintain total control, Trump is dismantling any opposition. Putin centralized power with his 2000 federal district reforms and 2020 constitutional amendments to stay in power until 2026. Like Putin, who manipulates Russia's electoral processes, Trump has waged an attack on election monitors and cyber agencies. Putin doesn't need pesky election overseers, and neither does Trump. By undermining agencies that safeguard elections and combat cyber threats, Trump is paving the way for a system where elections can be rigged and manipulated, just like in Russia. The parallels couldn't be clearer. Trump even hinted at flouting term limits and running for a third term, despite it being explicitly prohibited by the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution. Putin did it in Russia, so why not Trump? After all, he's also methodically undermined democratic institutions, just like his role model. His open disdain for the judiciary might be the most prominent example. He's attacked judges and even suggested changing the court system to serve his interests. Trump's rhetoric against his enemies is also downright chilling. Over 100 threats to prosecute or punish opponents have surfaced during his 2024 campaign. He suggested prosecuting former President Joe Biden, even calling it his mission to go after the Biden crime family. He even hinted at shooting Liz Cheney, a vocal critic of his. These aren't empty threats. They're signs of a leader ready to use state power to settle political scores. Trump's views on human rights are also disturbingly aligned with authoritarian leaders like Putin. While Trump wraps his attacks in the guise of protecting traditional values, his actions signal a blatant disregard for vulnerable groups. Just like Putin, Trump has waged a campaign against transgender rights, framing them as societal threats. He's also seized opportunities to
fascist, homophobe, Nazi, fascist, homophobe,
Trump's attacks on free
Nazi.
speech and the media are another disturbing parallel to Putin's tactics. Trump targeted news organizations he saw as hostile, expelling outlets like CNN, The Washington Post, and NPR from Pentagon workspaces and replacing them with far-right publications like Newsmax and Breitbart. It's a classic authoritarian tactic. Control the media by limiting access to critical reporters and elevating those who align with the regime's narrative. Trump's strategy mirrors Putin's approach in Russia, where independent media outlets have been shut down or forced into exile. Putin's government has passed laws that criminalize fake news, particularly about the military. leading to the imprisonment of journalists and activists. Similarly, Trump has openly criticized and sought to defund media outlets that challenge him by expelling established outlets from the Pentagon and replacing them with favorable ones. Trump is creating a media landscape that no longer holds the powerful accountable. The worst part? Trump isn't even trying to hide his true motives. He loves the idea of being seen as a strongman. Just look at his official presidential portrait. Unlike past presidents whose official photographs typically exude openness and optimism, Trump's is deliberately designed to project strength and defiance. Everything about it, the dramatic, metallic lighting from below, the severe squint, the piercing intensity of his gaze, is a calculated break from tradition. Instead of a reassuring presence, this portrait declares dominance, purpose, and a readiness for battle. Art historians have likened Trump's expression to that of a 17th century painting by Salvator Rosa, whose subject stares down the viewer with a look designed to silence dissent, holding an intimidatory sign that reads, "Keep silent unless your speech is better than silence." Similarly, Trump's portrait doesn't invite conversation. It warns against questioning his authority. This image, like his mugshot and the defiant blood-streaked photo from the assassination attempt, cements his identity as a political warrior rather than a conventional leader. Trump has fully embraced the persona of a strongman online too. His rhetoric like, "We are the federal law," and sharing an image of himself crowned with the phrase, "Long live the king," signals his desire to hold all the power, just like Putin. He's positioning himself as a leader above the law. The key questions are, how far will Trump go in his pursuit of absolute authority, and will the American political system survive this challenge to its core principles? Let us know what you think in the comments section below. While you're there, do let us know what you think of this blossoming Putin-Trump alliance. Do you agree with Senator Bernie Sanders, who equates it with abandoning the US allies, supporting authoritarianism, and undermining democratic traditions? We're looking forward to reading all your comments.
Wow. Thank you, The Military Show. I've liked and subbed to your channel. Uh-oh. Oh, thank you, JJ's JBS bro, for the sub. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Internet pranksters are possibly one of the most reviled groups on the entire internet, with massive YouTubers like H3 Productions getting their start by covering the antics of these individuals.
I'm joking. Yo, please go ahead. You savages. Can you not
You
take
savages.
A joke? Am I not human? Am I not entitled to tell a joke in the form of physical assault?
Even today, there's no shortage of clout-hungry streamers getting called out for harassing innocent bystanders and being a general nuisance to society. While all of these loathed influencers have different motivations, the one thing they all have in common is their desire to draw as much attention to themselves in a desperate attempt to gain fame and fortune. But there is one corrupted individual in this niche who doesn't seem to have these motivations at all, with that person being none other than the infamous troll Frank Castle.
He said he was gonna shoot me. Come on, you f***ing see, what's the deal? Are people allowed to threaten to shoot people at the mall?
This guy was stealing and doing gay stuff to people.
I just want to wipe you down, man. You're sweating.
From almost getting arrested numerous times to being banned from YouTube entirely, it seems that Frank harasses people purely for comedic purposes, constantly pushing things to the extreme and overstepping every single line imaginable in the process. While other pranksters filmed under the guise of making social experiments or lighthearted goofs, Frank embraced the negative stereotypes, which was refreshing in the oddest of ways. He deconstructed the genre down to its purest form, revealing how cruel messing with people just trying to live their lives truly could be. Whether he has done this intentionally is another question, and regardless, in the process, he has become reviled. Most creators who do what Frank does are unequivocally shunned by the broader internet. But Frank is unique in the sense that he is seemingly just as beloved by his fan base as he is hated by his detractors. Despite this infamy, though, nobody seems to have taken the time or effort to give a comprehensive breakdown of his wildest moments, or even how he got to where he is now. After walking through hours of his content as well as interviews, I stumbled across a lot of surprising information that most people seem to be unaware of. He is more than just the guy who got shot at by Boogie. But before we explain his most infamous encounters, we have to delve into this villain's origin story. But before we go any further in today's video, I'd just like to give a shout out to my sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm. I'm sure everyone has seen the headlines of a person being hit by a car and receiving a multi-million-dollar settlement due to the negligence on the driver's part. But what you might not think about are the teams behind the wrong that fight to get them the compensation they deserve, such as Morgan & Morgan. Sure, there are plenty of law firms out there that will advertise this service, but many don't have the teams needed to take on multi-million-dollar cases. And even to find out, you'll have to call them, leave a message, hope they call you back, and set up a consultation in the future. The great thing about Morgan & Morgan is you can submit your case through their website without talking to anyone, with you receiving a prompt response from a professional that can help you no matter how big the case if you become their client. This has led them to winning clients sums in the tens of millions, such as $12 million in Florida, 34 times the highest insurance offer, and $26 million in Philadelphia, 40 times the highest insurance offer. And the best part is their lawyers are absolutely free unless they win you money. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/TGFM, found in the description or by scanning the QR code on the screen from your phone's camera. So if you ever get seriously injured, you can reach out to Morgan & Morgan today. Frank's online history dates all the way back a decade, appearing in the 2010s. He got his start in the online space by associating with a video game trolling group called MyGod. This was during the tail end of the golden age of voice chat trolling, where gamers would intentionally provoke people they were playing with into rage quitting. Frank's content fell in line with what you would expect from the era.
He's got a kit. Is he defusing it?
No, he's not defusing it. He's just sitting there watching the thing.
This would eventually lead to a revelation. Why stick to trolling people in video games when you could bring it into the real world?
It got to a point where it was like maybe I could do this in real life.
While he was notable within a small niche, Frank was a relatively unknown figure in the broader online community. But this would change after he decided to prank a local news outlet. You see, in 2015, a man named Vester Lee Flanagan gunned down and murdered 2 journalists after being fired from his job at the news station they worked at. While most looked at the situation as a tragedy, Frank saw an opportunity. After getting in contact with the news station WSB-TV, he wildly claimed Vester was a member of his online gaming group called Gamergate, using photoshopped screenshots to prove his legitimacy to the unsuspecting reporter.
Gamer, do you want to play CSGO? Flanagan, not right now, I'm kind of out of it. Gamer, why? Flanagan, I can't get WDBJ out of my mind. I have a strong dislike of those people. Gamer, dude, we've talked about this before. Just let it go. It's not a big deal.
His story was apparently so convincing that he even managed to secure an interview with the station where he continued to spew even more blatant lies.
There's also this other guy who frequently bullied Bryce, I guess is the right way to say it. His name was Sam Hyde. He was a member of an online group called $1 Million Extreme.
The story was uploaded online soon after and quickly garnered attention due to the sheer ridiculousness of it. It was obvious.
He just repeated whatever he thought they might believe.
The news station wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on a new piece of information nobody else had, but had unwittingly fallen into the hands of an internet troll.
I am a bad person, kind of, because I think this stuff is funny. I think it's funny when you fuck with humanity, because they have such button-down lives. It's kind of fun to just up in their face and fuck with them a little bit.
Whoever that might be.
But like when you overdo it, like it's okay to do once or twice, I think. But the people that sit there and do it for years and years and years and years, they suck dick. They're actually really bad. But like doing it like once or twice is hilarious, you know, whatever, you know. It's okay with some taste to make fun, you know, with taste, it's okay to make fun of people around you occasionally.
The century, like,
right.
Wow, this is going to make my career or whatever.
Yes. Yeah, now she probably works in a brothel.
Yeah.
Nolan speaks
Yeah.
much about the war
Now
and
she's,
the Stormcloaks.
now she's
but
doing
he knows
stories
the
about like the
providers.
water skiing squirrel
The
or whatever.
Stormcloaks
It
want freedom,
highlighted the disconnect between traditional media and internet culture, and even ended up catching the attention of Sam Hyde himself. The comedian was so impressed by the stunt that he offered Frank the gig of a lifetime. He would pay him to film himself hassling people in public, incorporating the pranks into his Gumroad exclusive show, Happy World Daddy. Frank also ended up doing various other odd things for him.
I ran the MDE Twitter account before it got banned for anti-Semitic comments that weren't posted by myself.
It was like years later. I did like a lot of like administrative work for him, and I like answered like fan mail and shit.
After moving to Providence, Rhode Island to work with the MDE team, he began filming various stunts over the next few years. One infamous example of this is when he went Christmas caroling alongside Sam himself.
Would you like to hear some caroling?
No.
Why?
Why?
Because I don't think you guys can sing.
Another notable bit was when he harassed the employees.
That was
of yet
terrible.
another
It wasn't
outlets,
funny.
Only identifying himself as Chad King.
Can I team up with this old bald fellow over here? Can I team up with you, man?
This is a pseudonym that Frank often uses during his hassles, being derived from the fact that he is the self-proclaimed king of the Chads. This would continue for a while, with Frank seemingly enjoying getting paid to do what he did best, hassling unsuspecting bystanders. However, there was just one issue. Sam intended to use only a small percentage of the footage Frank shot, meaning he was sitting upon hours and hours of unedited content that would never see the light of day. This would change when his exclusivity contract with $1 Million Extreme ended, with him now being free to use the raw footage in any way he saw fit. Seeing an opportunity, Frank started uploading to his YouTube channel more regularly in early 2020. Most of these were longer versions of previous hassles that included never-before-seen footage, now being edited by people he commissioned himself. In light of the COVID pandemic, he also began posting online hassles, where he would troll the participants of Zoom meetings as well as random streamers.
You know what helps me wake up? Is hardcore gay pornography.
Oh.
Hardcore gay helps me wake up.
I'm in LA, just chilling out, trying to have a really
Very nice.
Hopefully.
I'm enjoying some hardcore gay pornography.
Oh, put that down.
Right now. No, hardcore gay.
I'm the steward here.
As you might expect, this didn't
Hardcore
last long,
gay
with his
pornography.
channel being banned in August of that same year for reasons we'll get to later on. While he has tried to return several times, they were not nearly as successful as his initial run. This ultimately didn't matter too much since Frank has always been more interested in driving traffic to his Gumroad page, where fans can access his entire back catalog of uncensored content for $5 a month. This has always been his main revenue stream, and because of that fact, he has never had to tone down his content for mainstream platforms.
I'm the steward here.
Before we get into explaining the contents of some of these videos, I would like to delve into an interesting audio memo created by Frank himself. In it, he describes the methodology behind his hassling.
People have asked me how I do the things that I do, the methodology that goes into it, the thought process, how I manage to keep a straight face, how I don't, I don't think I've ever broken when I've filmed something in terms of like laughing or anything like that.
He states that at the beginning of his career, he often walked around with a clipboard with various different questions meant to provoke people, before evolving to a point where he didn't need it. He also elaborates on what he feels constitutes a funny bit.
I try to come up with something funny and then hit it 4, 5, 6 times, try to hit it in different tones, different ways, just to see how people react to it, see how it goes.
The interesting thing was that he would later discuss how he at first was actually very shy.
When Sam first hit me up about making this stuff, I was like, oh man, I'm kind of socially awkward. I don't like talking to strangers when I go out. I would just be in the bathroom shotgunning like Heineken's.
It's hard to imagine this being the case considering how famous he would later become for keeping his cool in the face of violence. One thing about Frank
What's on your
that's
mind?
also important to note is that he's quite tall, usually towering over the people he's hassling. He's acknowledged on occasion that this is most likely the reason he's able to get away with so much without being attacked.
My size is definitely, I'm 6'3". My size is helpful.
Would you do this if you were like 5'4"?
No, I'd probably get my ass kicked.
In this interview, he also talks about what his limits were, if you could even call them that.
Far for me is like, I don't want to fuck with people who have kids. I don't want to fuck with handicapped people. Like, that's really it for me. Like, this supremely elderly, you know.
Whether he has always abided by this code is debatable, to say the least. I would like to clarify before we get too deep into the section that I will not be going over these videos in any particular chronological order, mostly due to the fact it's a bit difficult to ascertain exactly when certain videos were filmed and released. With this context out of the way, I figured it would be a good idea to go through some of the most absurd videos in his catalog. One of the main things that differentiates Frank from your average prankster is his insistence. You see, there are a few beloved YouTubers out there that have pulled stunts in public, like when Filthy Frank terrorized unwitting civilians as Pink Eye.
Have you seen an alien, please? Have you seen a ship, please? Please! Please!
Even TV personalities such as Eric Andre have built up a reputation for making people uncomfortable in public. But the key here is that the joke is usually on themselves, with the bit being how normal people react to weird situations, and once the cameras are off, they leave. Frank Hassel, meanwhile, will target one individual and drive them over the edge, with one of the best examples of this being the Food Court King. The episode begins with Frank sitting down at a random food court table with two elderly strangers.
I'm so hungry, I'm gonna eat something else. Am I out of cereal now? No, I'm not out of it. I don't want a lot of cereal. That's probably about enough.
Seat was already taken by their adult son, who asks him to leave. Of course, the hassler refused. After only 30 seconds, the man grew so angry that he threatened Frank with violence.
You gonna shoot me? With what? Where is it?
You wanna leave?
You gonna pull out your tool on me, man?
Despite being told to leave multiple times, Frank continued to provoke them, repeatedly claiming that he was a veteran, which would become a continuous part of his character's lore.
There's a seat right there. I'm a veteran. I'm a sovereign citizen.
The man who initially threatened him repeatedly stated that he would beat Frank up. The hassler didn't take this lying down, however, making it clear he would defend himself if he was put into a self-defense situation.
I'm a veteran, man. I know gun katana and Krav Maga.
I don't give a fuck what you are.
The older gentleman seated at the table then called security. After another minute of arguing, a mall cop was brought over who tried to calm everyone down. Sensing that he was potentially in trouble, he latched onto the fact that he had been threatened, using it to deflect criticism.
I just sat down for a second and he threatened to shoot me. He said he was going to shoot me with a gun and then he threatened to punch me. What are you here for? I just sat down for a second. Whoa, what's wrong with him? Whoa, man. He's getting violent. I didn't disrespect your mom. You threatened to shoot me. I'm not even near you.
This is a common tactic Mr. Hassel uses to try and keep himself out of trouble. While he will be antagonistic when authorities aren't present, as soon as they arrive, he will concoct a narrative to suit his needs by twisting his target's words around and gaslighting them into believing he hadn't done anything wrong.
I was just sitting down for a second. I didn't know it was his seat. I just sat down. He threatened to shoot me. He said he was going to shoot me. Are people allowed to threaten to shoot people at the mall?
Did you sit there in that man's seat?
So he can threaten to shoot if I sit in his seat?
The cop knows he's nuts.
Concludes after another officer is brought in, but that's not where it ends. The Food Court King is notable because it's one of the few hassles that has an associated director's commentary style audio log, where he explains the context of what was happening. He also reveals that after the camera stopped rolling, he was banned from the mall by the officers, which he found amusing. As he explained, this was one of his earliest hassles, with the YouTuber still getting a feel for how to get away with it. He would eventually get more comfortable, as you can plainly see in the next hassle we'll discuss. As you probably already know, 2020 was one of the most politically charged years in recent memory. In addition to the global pandemic, the American government had to contend with the killing of George Floyd. The incident sparked a national debate about police brutality, with massive protests and riots breaking out all across the country. Frank saw an opportunity in the chaos, capitalizing on the tense political climate in a Chad King Riot Rumble. In it, he attends a Black Lives Matter protest that took place in Atlanta, Georgia in late May. The video begins with several police reports discussing the protests, then cuts to various different clips Frank filmed of the unruly crowd.
I don't think he looks gay.
You know, it's weird. I think he thinks that, and I've seen this out of comedians before, they think that their laughter that they bring is more important than whatever is being lost in the prank. But I mean, in my experience, laughter is really kind of invaluable. They are right about that, but it's also worthless. Like them distracting other people's lives for this laughter. It's not really worth anything. It's sort of worthless. It does. There's okay. So you made everybody laugh, but you gave somebody in the real life a really hard time. I don't see how that's like beneficial. Not really. Cool. Maybe we all need a laughter, or maybe I laugh at the pranks that I see. I laugh at them. You know, I've always laughed at them. I think they're hilarious. But I mean, I don't know why that's necessary. Oh shit, that was stealing, was it? Oh, did I get a? No, nobody saw me, huh? Oh yeah, nobody saw me, huh? Well, that's good. Nobody saw me over here, and that's really good because I was detected over there, but they didn't see me up there, which is good. Hall of the Dead. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a Shrine of Arcade. Ah, all diseases cured. Nice.
However, the majority of the video is spent focusing on Frank's interactions with another creator called Peachy Rider. She was live streaming the entire event on her YouTube channel, with most of her streams still being visible to this day. Frank spliced in the footage she captured with his own, creating a dual narrative. While intending to capture the protests in a journalistic manner, she would unfortunately become his next victim. Throughout the entire video, he followed her around, shoehorning himself in front of her camera whenever he could, often waving a hot dog around. He also accused her of being homophobic and racist numerous times, with the woman becoming more and more angry as events progressed. After protesters began throwing various objects at the police, tear gas was employed. A development Frank couldn't be more enthusiastic about. This would change after Frank ended up getting hit with tear gas himself. He eventually recovered after being given water and got distracted after he witnessed a horse barreling through the streets. After reorienting himself, he went back to tormenting Peachy Rider, referring to himself as Chad King.
Chad King, I just got tear gas.
Away from me!
We just got tear gas because Peachy Rider said the N-word to a police officer.
A man approached and tried to help, but also fell victim to his hassling. After throwing a hot dog chunk at her head, she pulled out a knife. Mr. Hassel jumped at this opportunity, goading her into trying to stab him. Frank then turned the unruly crowd against her by proclaiming that she had a weapon at the top of his lungs.
She's got a knife! She's got a knife! She's got a knife! She just pulled a knife!
He was later confronted by several protesters who called him out for his harassment of Peachy Ryder, accusing him of being an infiltrator.
This is a war. This is a
The video ends off with a clip of Peachy getting arrested by police, with him getting away scot-free. This is a common theme throughout his content, as most of his videos end off without him facing any...
He just gets away scot-free, like, through all this madness, because he doesn't break any rules. He just fucks with people. That, I suppose, that's one of the things I don't like about fucking with people, is it's free. It's pretty much free. It doesn't cost anything. It doesn't really usually have any ramification. It just proves you're a bad person. That's, like, all it does. Like, that's all it does. Like, maybe you get some laughter or some enjoyment out of it, but, like, there's not really, like, much point to it. It doesn't really gain anything.
Real consequences. This alleged injustice leads to frustration from many online users who write comments to Frank such as, "Whoa, I really want to fucking punch this guy in the face. He's a fucking goof. Come up to Canada and try that shit. I'll shove your head up your ass, ignorant bitch. I hope someone smashes his teeth in." There's several problems here, but he isn't the main one. The main problem are those who find this funny and fund his channel. He's literally earning money by being a complete fuckwit. Another problem here is that there's nobody knocking him the fuck out. This would become another ongoing joke in Frank's community. Frank would aggressively hassle someone in public, and then internet tough guys would act like if they were there, they would beat him up. Chad Riot Rumble wouldn't be the only video where Frank displayed an affinity for hot dogs, though, as seen in Hot Dog Heroes. The short 3-minute-long clip starts with Frank and an associate asking a random passerby whether he had dropped a package of hot dogs. While most would simply brush
those
this
your
off
dogs?
and continue walking, the man became heated as Frank started to goad him further and further.
Are those your dogs?
Are those your dogs?
Say it again. Are those your dogs? Come on. Let's chill, man. Get out of here, pussy boy. Stop pissing him off, man. Why are you pissing him off?
This seemed to be the end of the encounter until Frank calls him a bitch, sending the man into a blind rage.
Companion commands. Oh my god. Oh.
Whoa, calm down, man. Hey.
He's trying to shove him off a 30-foot ledge.
After being attacked, Frank and his crew hopped into their getaway vehicle and drove away, escaping unscathed. As you might have guessed, acts of violence were a consistent part of his content, with him often taking beatings from his targets. One of the most infamous times this occurred was with CrossFit violence. The video starts with Frank attempting to enter into a CrossFit gym and being confronted by one of the coaches. She explains he would have to get a membership before working out, but he flat out refused, stating he just wanted to start lifting weights so he could, quote, get pussy. He then repeated this to various other patrons, including a teenager.
I'm here to get pussy, man. I want to get jacked. And smash some gash.
This is when the actual owner of the gym stepped out to talk to the self-proclaimed diabetic. At first, it started off friendly, with the man believing Frank was there because he wanted to start taking classes. This was soon revealed to not be the case when Frank offered to wipe the man down with a towel.
Let me wipe you off, man. I got a towel. Man. Let me wipe you off. Why can't I wipe you down, man? Look. Oh, there we go.
Do not wipe this short, man.
I just want to wipe you down, man. You're sweaty.
This is when several other patrons confronted Mr. Hassel, defending the doorway of the establishment as the gym's owners called the police. Sensing that he was in trouble, Frank began running away, literally escaping into the woods. This wouldn't be the end, as he would return a few days later. This is when things took a much more serious turn, as the gym owner immediately recognized him. They exchanged words before he attempted to enter the facility through the back door. This sent the owner into a frenzy, forcefully removing him from the property and pinning him to a fence.
There are children in there. I'm gonna get stop it, you bitch.
You bitch.
Stop. I'm gonna get pussy, man. Stop. I'm gonna get pussy, man.
I'm gonna get pussy, man.
Crazy. Don't do this. I'm gonna get crazy, man.
What?
You can't hold me
Yes,
down.
I can. The coach told me to call.
What is this guy doing, man?
Once Frank got up, another CrossFit associate came out to assist, forcefully leading him away from the business while debating him on the legality of what had happened.
Don't ever walk in there. Don't ever do that to anyone ever. And
That guy's not allowed to assault me, man.
This went on for a while, with Frank getting pushed further and further down the road. The video ends off with him walking off into the sunset, finally admitting defeat. Interestingly, once he posted the video to YouTube, the people involved discovered it and filed a privacy complaint, which temporarily got his channel taken down, though he would return to the platform soon after. He would later reflect on the incident in an interview, revealing that his fans had started to review bomb the business soon after the video's release.
Yeah. And he just sends me whiny emails saying, like, people are leaving bad reviews of my business. You ask them to stop. And it's like, bro, if I ask anybody to stop doing anything, that's not going to make them stop.
This would be short-lived, though, as the incident that arguably got him permanently banned from the platform would take place later that same year, with the ensuing controversy launching him into the mainstream. Now, some of you that are watching may have noticed that up until this point, I've neglected to give detail about one extremely important hassle from 2020. That being his infamous encounter with Boogie2988. Chances are if you're watching this video, you already know the details. I even created a video at the time covering it all, but regardless, I figured that it would be a good idea to give another rundown of the situation here. The story began when
I didn't know that was this guy.
Boogie, who used to be known as the Mr. Rogers of YouTube, at one point sending very strange messages
Mr. Rogers of
YouTube. If you do
YouTube.
plan to harm, just to leave my friends and my dog out of it. You are welcome to kill me. We should make a video together where I give you a pink belly until your stomach has friction burns. I would be glad to do that as long as you promise you don't mean me or my family any harm. I don't know if you're actually crazy or just pulling some Andy Kaufman shtick, but if it's the latter, I would be glad to participate in. If it's alright, my life is awful enough without your help. So I would appreciate it if you can maybe just let me suffer without it. I get that I am an easy target, but if you have any empathy at all, dude, pick another. I don't. I'm a sociopath. I'm demented and sick. The old school YouTuber did not respond well to this. Instead of simply blocking the troll, he attempted to rope Frank into doing some sort of scripted content, an offer that was refused. Things began to escalate further after the two appeared on the kill stream later that same month, with Boogie listing all the horrible things that would happen to Frank if he decided to show up at his house.
You come to Arkansas, motherfucker. Frank said he's coming to your house and he's gonna walk you around. I won't even have to lift a finger. My neighborhood. He's gonna put the leash on you and walk you around like a master.
Badass.
Help me bury you. He said you're gonna lose that weight one way or the other. Go right ahead, man.
It didn't help that Frank's YouTube channel was banned soon after this on August 15th, with him believing Boogie had been involved in some way. Over the next month or so, the internet troll would continue to torment him, but things really kicked off when Frank posted a photo of himself in Boogie's hometown in Arkansas. He would later claim in several interviews that he had actually flown in just to see a friend of his, though whether that's actually the case is debatable.
I was actually not in town to bother Boogie. I flew in to visit a friend, and I thought, while I'm here, it would be really funny to do this.
So that's what I told Boogie.
However, his online hassling of Boogie had apparently inspired copycats who wanted to get a piece of the glory for themselves. Shortly thereafter, Boogie posted footage from his security camera that showed an individual walking up and ringing his doorbell stating, "This man-child actually rang my doorbell and ran.
I can't move!
You can't be more juvenile. Didn't even have the balls to wait for me to answer. LMAO." The obvious implication was that this was Frank's doing, though that actually wasn't the case as he flat out denied having involvement with this individual. Good old Keemstar witnessed all of these events unfolding and decided to interview both of the feuding creators on his show Drama Alert. Boogie would become even more overtly antagonistic here, flat out encouraging Frank to show up, claiming he would shoot him on sight.
All right, well, cool, man. Let me make it very clear. You should be very glad you didn't step on my property, okay? And I highly recommend you don't. It'll be the last decision you can make.
Okay, I've played around with you. I don't know what your obsession is with me. I don't know why you think I got your YouTube channel deleted. I don't know if it's because you're mad I got your subreddit deleted. I don't know who you are. I don't know what your fucking problem is, but I have no problem fucking ending you if you can come here. Okay?
What happened next would become internet history. On September 28th, 2020, Frank posted several tweets showing himself standing in front of Boogie's house, alongside a photo of the formerly beloved gaming YouTuber pointing a gun directly at him. This quickly went viral, with countless memes being created at Boogie's expense. And at first, people including myself thought that this was all staged. The rotund YouTuber retaliated by giving his side of events in a video titled, "Confronting a Stalker. Do not come to a YouTuber's house." In it, he gave more context on the events that led up to the confrontation, though he strangely did not mention provoking Frank on Drama Alert. Instead, he includes a snippet of Frank at his front door steps, with it being captured by his security doorbell. He doesn't include the full thing, though, claiming that he was unable to do so because of YouTube's terms of service. He ended off by reflecting on how the incident was indicative of a larger harassment problem on the platform.
He's very lucky that I was able to keep my mind in check and not defend myself and instead fire a warning shot. And this is why we need to, as a community, condemn this kind of behavior.
Looking back on archives of when it was first released, the general public actually sided with Boogie, with many of the comments being sympathetic.
You're a psychopath if you show up at their house like that. You're fucking sick.
While it's hard to imagine nowadays, Boogie had not completely tanked his reputation at this point, with the situation giving him an opportunity to hit back at his critics. That's not to say what Frank did should have been socially acceptable, but at the same time, firing a loaded gun in a residential neighborhood is not something that should have been justified by anyone. Frank would later upload his POV of the standoff called the Hassle Doctrine.
Come on, you fucking pussy, what's the deal? Where's the gun at, you fat faggot? Open fire!
This honestly should have been where it ended. Most rational people would simply choose not to open the door and give the internet troll the satisfaction of being able to torment them. However, as you probably already know, Boogie chose a completely different route.
You are not welcome here. You have threatened my life. I'm asking you to leave. In about 30 seconds, I'm going to fire a warning shot.
Fire it now! Okay. Fire the warning shot now.
Shockingly, Frank was completely unfazed when presented by the sight of Boogie holding a firearm, possibly due to his military service, instead laughing at the homeowner and continuing to provoke him even after the warning shot was fired. He did eventually walk away, but not before using some colorful language.
Hey, leave the property. Go.
Yourself,
wow.
After being posted online, this video became iconic, with the surrounding controversy escaping into broader internet discourse. Frank instantly went from a niche figure to one of the most notorious trolls on the internet, being characterized as a psychopathic stalker by other creators who weighed in on the situation.
They think that this is cool and funny, but it's not. This situation is so messed up, and Boogie honestly does not deserve this type of harassment.
It was even covered in news outlets such as Business Insider and Vice. The latter contained comments from a phone call interview they conducted with Boogie himself, who stated, "I think, in retrospect, it was a mistake to open the door. You know, I certainly do not want to shoot anybody. I certainly absolutely do not want to kill anybody. I hate that I was put in that situation." When they reached out to Frank for comments, he replied by sending them a photo of feces in a toilet. While police did get involved, it was actually Boogie who would end up being on the wrong end of the law here. You see, the Arkansas Castle Doctrine is only able to be used as a legal defense when the person who shot the firearm has a reasonable belief that he was in life-threatening danger. The fact Boogie had fired a warning shot meant that in the eyes of the law, he didn't view Frank as a legitimate threat. This means legally his use of the firearm had been unreasonable. And the fact he lived so close to a school zone... What world am I living in? And the fact he lived so close to a school zone meant that he had unintentionally landed himself into hot water with local authorities. Meanwhile, Frank fled the state, and it seemed like local law enforcement had no need to try to track him down. It's really crazy to think that if Boogie actually shot and killed Frank, he would have a higher chance of getting away with it. It was later revealed on May 11, 2021, that a warrant had been issued for his arrest for aggravated assault. A local news outlet called KNWA reported on the situation, giving more details regarding the reasoning behind the arrest. According to them, a court document stated that the defendant discharged a firearm into a residential neighborhood, thereby manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life and creating a substantial danger of death or physical injury against the peace and dignity of the state of Arkansas. Frank, of course, couldn't resist, figuratively dancing on Boogie's grave by mocking him in several tweets. I have butt thugs throughout the Arkansas prison system, booty goons on standby, ready to activate and destroy. A Change.org petition was also started that encouraged the state government to give Boogie the death penalty for his crimes. Boogie would later post a video going over his side of events in June, making it clear that he had been compliant throughout the entire process and that he had been the one to turn himself in. He also stated it was unclear when the case would be officially resolved, but this too would be answered on March 7th, 2022, when he released yet another upload revealing the case had finally been settled. He pointed out that he had faced significant fees dealing with the legal headache, but thanked all of his supporters and stated he would not be facing a prison sentence.
Now, for those of you who made it this far and you're looking for the specifics, what the judge, my lawyer, and the prosecutor have agreed to here is called deferred adjudication. And basically, it kicks this whole thing down the road for 2 years. And at the end of that 2 years, it's very likely
he got
to get 346 and go away.
Oh my
At the
god.
time, Boogie received widespread support from his fans and the general community. This goodwill wouldn't last long, as over the next few years, he would face a series of other unrelated controversies that permanently tarnished his reputation, leading some to declare that Frank had won in the end. It goes without saying that Boogie developed a deep-seated hatred of Frank, with him discussing the incident even years later. In April of 2024, he made a tweet claiming that he even had dirt on the Hassler. Now that I am no longer on probation, I can speak freely. I am aware of something Frank had done that the internet, for good reason, will never know about. I can't speak on them publicly, and neither will the other people involved. But the world, or at least a few people, would be better off if I had buried his ass that day. He was later
How do you design like this, you piece of shit developer? Fuck you.
A show started by Keemstar, created with the intention of capitalizing off of the infamy of its hosts.
Since Frank came to my house, I had several people come to me and say, Frank did this to me, Frank did that to me, and I believe these people. And I originally just wanted to out all of that shit. Since the last week's episode, I've had several people say, hey man, don't include me in this shit. I moved past it. I'm afraid of that motherfucker. I don't want to have anything to do with him. So just don't bring me back into it. So I thought my process is I've got nothing to say to that because I can't say it.
Keep in mind that these allegations are being made by Boogie, who is by no means a reliable narrator. He was exposed soon after for lying about a cancer diagnosis for over 2 years.
Oh my god.
Being created about him by other creators.
I forgot about this.
Turkey Tom was brought on to one of the streams discussing this, where he provided more details about Boogie's claims. For context, he had been in the process of creating a documentary about the formerly beloved YouTuber, interviewing him in real life. He also ended up recording an interview with Frank as well, without Boogie's initial knowledge, of course. While filming with Boogie, he dropped the bombshell that he believed Hassel was some sort of abuser, despite admitting he didn't have any proof to show for it. However, it was enough for Tom to become uncomfortable with releasing the project.
You've talked about it before. When he said that Hassel did something to some girl.
Yeah. Yeah, there's another guy out there accusing Frank of that too right now. Though.
So yeah, I got out.
There was more than that. It was like he beat a girl and then he also would like dated someone underage or was flirting with someone underage. It was a whole thing.
These allegations have not been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, with time only being able to tell how legitimate they actually are. This is essentially where the feud between the two creators ended off. And soon after the incident occurred, Frank once again ramped up production, releasing what is arguably his magnum opus. While Frank released a slew of new uploads in 2021, for the purpose of this video, we will only be focusing on one particular called Law & Order Special Needs Unit. This is possibly the highest effort video he has ever released, coming in at a whopping 26 minutes. The episode is framed as a news report discussing Frank's antics around the state of Rhode Island, with an actress taking the role of a news reporter. It is through this lens that we see references to a number of old skits and the different characters he has played. As explained in the video, Frank is a shape-shifting cryptid who attempted to blend in with normal humans by assuming different identities that change depending on the situation.
Documented identities of Frank include a combat veteran, a CDC official, a clinical physician named Wario, and a baby.
Despite attempts to halt his rampage of, quote, mildly inconveniencing low testosterone men, he was unable to be stopped by authorities due to his status as a veteran as well as being an endangered cryptid. This is where the introduction ends, with the rest of the video being a tutorial on what to do if you encounter this dangerous individual. The hassle lore is an aspect of his content I don't see many people discuss. While it may seem that the majority of his videos are just him bothering people, which is true, most of them also offer an overarching narrative that's related to his fictional universe in some way. Sometimes these are just small references, such as him referring to his GoPro camera as an insulin pump.
Is what? Insulin pump. Get out of here. I got diabetes.
But other times, it's an intrinsic part of the content, like parading around as Dr. Don Wario, trying to give his patients estrogen at the supermarket to hypnotize them into becoming sissified bimbos.
You want to turn into a nice, sexy little lady. Yeah? Does that work? Is that doing anything for you? Have you been taking your estrogen? I'm Dr. Don Wario.
I need to keep on making it clear that I'm not trying to excuse the nature of these videos, but you do have to admit it's a lot more effort than one might expect. Snapping back to reality for a moment, the actual content of the upload features Frank attempting to rile people up at a store. His method of doing this was unorthodox, to say the least.
So it is you.
Maybe.
The guy who raped me in my dream.
Only the good ones.
Stuff is mine now.
You got something caught in the berries.
No, I'm good. You can just give me the cart. Okay, don't tattle on me, okay? Okay, thank you.
Jumping back to the lore, the reporter goes on to highlight how this was the perfect way to deal with Frank's antics, comparing him to a wild animal that reacts poorly to shouting. While the first man had been able to roll with the punches, the second victim Frank chose was not so forgiving. In fact, this is the closest call with authorities the hassler has ever come, with this particular bit escalating so far that he was almost arrested.
So it is you. Who are you? You're the guy who raped me in my dream. An angel told me I would meet you here.
He continues to follow the man outside the aisle, but not before receiving a message from the angel, who claimed he had seen the future and that he would be arrested if he didn't leave the store immediately. When the victim went up to the customer service counter, Frank acted as though nothing was wrong. The woman didn't buy it, however, and began calling for backup. Hassel continued to provoke the man, stealing his hat in the process. This is when the manager came out and instructed the employee to call the police. Frank tried his usual tactic of gaslighting his victim and pretending that he had done nothing wrong. This worked at first, but they began to grow suspicious when he began walking away.
Yeah, we can watch it.
Sure.
Okay. Good. Okay, later.
He tried to escape, but was unsuccessful as he was soon confronted by a police officer. This is when he immediately drops any pretense of being a troll and fully admits that he had been filming a video, even stating that he had, in fact, been accusing the man of assaulting him in his dreams. He began interrogating Frank about what had happened, then proceeded to place him in handcuffs, stating that he was temporarily being detained. Interestingly, this is also when we get a brief glimpse into how much money there was to be made in hassling.
I have subscribers that pay $5 a month to watch my videos.
Okay. Okay. About how many people?
I'm making like $1,000 a month.
Okay.
Which is pretty good money.
The police officer called in a manager, clearly unsure of what to do with him. The next part of the video is the cop talking to Frank, trying to see if he had actually done anything illegal. It turns out the only smoking gun the police officers had was that he
Smoking
took off
gun.
the man's hat at one point. With this,
Smoking
he was given
gun.
a criminal trespass warning and was told that while he was not being arrested at the moment,
Nerd.
a warrant was being put out for his arrest. This ended with Frank calling his getaway driver, with him as usual escaping into the night unscathed. He soon after left the state he was in, and as far as I can tell, that warrant is still out for his arrest. The reason I focus so much on this video is because it encapsulates everything people simultaneously love and hate about his content. It includes harassment, fancy editing, and a brush with the law. Despite the drama he faced in real life, however, the year was mostly clear from brush-ins with other content creators. But this would soon change. For context to this next skirmish, in February of 2022, the YouTuber Matt Jarbo, most notable for starting Gamergate, hosted a live debate between the previously mentioned Ethan Ralph and beloved troll Mr. Medicare. Both of these online provocateurs laid the groundwork for internet blood sports, a community defined by constant infighting and heated debates that often take place during live streams. While the lore surrounding the community is worthy of its own video, the only thing you need to understand is that this debate was a huge deal when it happened. At one point, Medicare brought up an internet feud between Ethan Ralph and a man named Jesse P, who ran the self-proclaimed
internet feud.
Jesse had
Anybody who's a part of an internet feud is a goddamn moron. Sorry, I bumped my camera. Anybody who's part of an internet feud is a fucking piece of shit. I'm not part of some internet feud. I don't know anybody who is. Anybody who's part of an internet feud needs to re-examine their fucking lives. What the fuck are you talking about? An internet feud. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, internet feud, it sounds dumb. It sounds so dumb when you say it. Like, I don't know, like, internet feud. Are you serious? Like, internet feud. What is this, Hatfield and McCoy? Are we gonna start beefing now? Like 90s rap or whatever? like fucking internet feud? Oh, no. Thems are fighting words. We're gonna feud. We're fighting in a feuding now. We're fighting in a feuding. People on the fucking internet are so goddamn dumb. I'm gonna publish what I think about this too. People on the internet are fucking dumb. Like, fucking dumb. I'm sorry, but fucking dumb. They're like actually pretty dumb. Oh, I'm full. Seems to be congested. Oh no, I'm full. Okay. Can I mail off stuff now? But he brought up an internet feud. I don't believe that you could ever say that about me. I'm never gonna bring up some internet feud or whatever. I'll be like the most I've ever talked about some internet person was like, oh, they like stream sniped me. They swatted me or whatever. That's like the most I've ever spoken about some internet feud. People engaged in an internet feud are pieces of shit. That's not me. I don't give a fuck about what anybody else thinks about me. That's not me. I'm not part of some internet feud. No. People engaged in that are fucking losers. Like, straight up, you can see it. Like their entire lives. Like, you can tell their entire lives are fucking worthless if they care about an internet feud. Like, I seriously start laughing about it, and I'm like, uh-oh, somebody on the internet hates me. Oh no.
Casino YouTube channel during a stream.
I don't care about that.
Ethan Ralph, at one point delivering a box of diapers to his house.
It's weird seeing the amount of pussy and the other people around you, mostly men. So weird to be that much of a pussy. I can't really relate.
Morning, Ralph awoke to find that corn
some dude on the fucking internet. Are you fucking serious?
cobs had been dropped off at his front door. Ethan maintained that what had happened was harassment that frightened his fiancée, which led Medicare to accuse him of hypocrisy for his previous stance on the Boogie situation.
And then, Ralph, I guess the other question related to this, and this is an honest one. You had no. Wait. You promoted the Frank Castle and Boogie thing.
No.
You promoted the Frank Castle and Boogie thing as being based in Red Pill.
I'll let you ask whatever.
Okay. After Medicare and Ralph had finished their debate, Jarbo decided to keep the stream going and invited various...
I'm not sure I should care about this. It's so many dumb nerds on the fucking internet talking about some dumb shit that I'm not really sure I can relate. The most hated troll, Frank Castle. I think the worst troll on the internet.
Other members
Wasn't it that guy Ken? There was like a Ken somebody or another.
Of the community to join in. This, of course, included Frank Castle. Flamenco, another streamer, also brought up Pod Awful's feud with Ethan Ralph. Recognizing the name, Frank decided to chime in with his own 2 cents.
That Pod Awful guy is a freak, though.
Yeah.
In Ralph's defense, that guy is also a total psycho freak.
At first, it wasn't exactly clear why he felt this way, but this would soon be answered when Jesse later joined the call and confronted Frank about it directly.
I was friends with this mentally disabled guy on Facebook like 5 or 6 years ago, and he like harassed the guy and like tried to get him to come on the stream all the time and was like,
who was that?
Like abusing a mentally retarded guy.
Who was that?
Again.
What was his name?
Brian Fortune.
Brian Allen Fortune? I'm still friends with him. I talk to him all the time.
No, his whole family had to block you because you were like messaging his mom.
I'm friends with him right now.
Jesse wouldn't take this lying down, however, and went on to record an episode of Pod Awful where he responded to the allegations and set the record straight on his relationship.
You have a podcast named Pod Awful? You're fucking terrible.
With Frank Castle.
I'd rather not have that. Like, I'm sure you make some money off that. I'd rather not have that than the money you got from it. I'd rather not be part of that than make the money you made.
I've learned the error of my ways, and it is time to apologize to everyone. Somehow, this now includes names I never thought it would before, like Frank Castle. But most importantly of all, I owe an apology to a man I wronged many years ago, a man named Brian Allen Fortune. During the episode, Jesse contests the narrative that he harassed this Mr. Brian Fortune fellow, and actually accused Frank of being the one who bullied him. He has a call with Brian, who gives a different side of events.
Frank paid you $100 because you showed your dick, or...
Yeah. It's like a bunch of men acting like women. It's weird. It's so effeminate and weird. I've got to get off of it. I'm not sure I want this channel anymore. I don't think I want you to recommend that channel to me anymore. I'm terribly sorry. There's not a woman to be found. It's entirely bearded male lolcow dudes on the fucking internet, like completely like just like talking shit about each other or whatever, like women. And that's sexist what I'm saying, but I mean, like, I'm more trying to insult men. That it's an insult to the women, frankly, trying to compare these people to them. These people are cattier than women. They're like weird catty people on the internet, and I just don't really, I don't relate. Uh-oh. This might be good.
Where the f*** are all
It's the Dropkick Murphys. They're gonna fucking own this MAGA dude. They're gonna own him.
punk fans? The reason we speak out, we don't care if we lose fans.
Yeah, we don't care if we lose fans. Fuck that.
History said
yeah, like that dude's well fed. He's well fed by his label. They're always gonna feed him or whatever. So he doesn't give a shit what you think. Like what?
We want it known that Dropkick Murphy stood with the people. We stood with the world.
Yeah, we want it known. Yep.
Yo, I fucking love this band Dropkick Murphys.
I do too. I've always loved the Dropkick Murphys. I really used to love them when I was a teenager.
Don't know who they are. I promise you
I
will.
do. I fucking love the Dropkick Murphys.
By the end of this video, because not only did they just
I don't know their music well enough to sing it out loud or whatever, because I've never been that big of a oi oi punker, and a bunch of my friends were, but they weren't oi. So I've always had kind of a problem with oi punk. I didn't grow up in Boston drinking in Irish bars. I really don't relate to oi or Dropkick Murphys, you know, but I know what it is, and I have a lot of friends who love it, and I like the Dropkick Murphys. They sound good to me. They sound so good when you're drunk. They're like this drunken Irish punk band.
humiliate a MAGA fan in the best way, and arguably pretty respectfully
Yeah, I
as
don't know,
well.
I wanted to be known we stood with the people. Yeah, fuck this.
As we'll see coming up, but if you are a fan of punk music, rock music, or just genuine good music and good cinema, by the way, as
Dropkick
well,
is good.
you may recognize them from one of their hit songs, Shipping Up to Boston, that was featured in the trailer for The Departed, the Martin Scorsese movie.
Yep.
You will not ever know the identity of undercover people.
You have anyone in with Costello presently?
Maybe.
Do you know who I am?
Maybe not.
Right, and as if I couldn't love them anymore, what they did today was a chef's kiss interaction of the intersection between art and politics. Let me
the Dropkick Murphys? Yeah.
explain. Before we get to the rest of this Dropkick Murphys vs. MAGA wager that they posted on their own YouTube channel, and trust me, you won't want to miss, it is worth setting the stage a little bit because they...
What is a wager? I've never even heard of that. What is a wager? No. What is a wager? Yeah, but like a last name to members of an elite tribe of gay activists? What? Wait, what? I don't really understand. Like, I don't understand what they mean by wager. They're calling him, like, wager. I don't really know what that is.
They have been outspoken against Trump and MAGA and the MAGA movement as a whole for a long time now.
Oh yeah, fuck Trump. Fuck Trump and any of the fascists who roll, any of the fascist pieces of shit who roll with him. Fuck them. I agree.
Another concert that was shared by Brian Tyler Cohen where they called out Trump and MAGA Republicans.
If you were part of a union of working class people who were allowed to build a better life in the middle class in America, you listen to us. Because if you're out there buying those
You're too old for this.
hats, these swindlers are selling at that fair. I'm sorry, kids. I know there's kids here. Then you're part of the problem, and I'll tell you why. Because you're being duped by the greatest swindler in the history of the world. You're being duped by a bunch of grifters and billionaires who don't give a shit about you or your family.
Nope. Billionaires don't give a shit about you, Trumper. They don't give a living shit whether you live or die. They care if you pay them money.
And the money they can put in their pocket.
Yep.
If you consider yourself a patriot and you're spouting off that election denying shit, I will fight your ass outside if you want to.
Yep.
Wake the f up.
Wake the fuck up.
We're working class people. These people are the
They're fucking billionaires, pieces of shit. They don't give a shit whether we live or die. Wake the fuck up, clueless pieces of shit. Wake the fuck up. You've been backing the worst piece of shit in fucking mankind's history, short of Hitler. The worst American that's ever been born. You've been backing the worst American who's ever been born.
Thank you for listening.
And folks, there is so much
listening.
more where that came from. And I implore you to stick around to the end so I can share this incredible article with you called Of Politics and Pain, a conversation with Dropkick Murphys Al Barr. But first, as promised, take a look at this utter humiliation of this MAGA fan in their crowd in what they've titled Dropkick Murphys vs. MAGA Wager.
And it's all a fucking scam, guys, okay? I want to propose, in the name of decency and fairness, sir, I'd like to propose a friendly friendly wager. You can't lose this wager. Would you, in the name of dialogue and discourse, and I appreciate you being here, would you agree to a friendly wager? He says sure. That's a good sport. Well, first of all, do you support American workers? Of course you do. Of course you do. Okay. So, do you support American businesses? Obviously. Okay. So, I don't know if you guys are aware, because we don't go around fucking bragging about it, but Dropkick Murphys always sells proudly made in America merchandise only. And here's the bet I'd like to make. If you lose the bet, we switch shirts, okay? If you win the bet, I give you $100 and the shirts, right? That's why I said you can't lose, right? All right, Matt, can we get a little drum roll, please?
He's gonna own this guy. He's done this in a bar before.
High drama here. American made, sir, could you both turn backwards? Don't worry, no one's gonna. He just needs to check your tags on your shirt and your hat. Just need to see where they're made. No, the MAGA shirt, Let's see where that's made.
Oh. Nicaragua.
It's made in Nicaragua.
Oh, yes.
So, you know what? He is a good sport. He's taking the shirt off. We're taking crime off the streets.
We're taking crime off the streets.
God bless your fucking heart. That's a good sport. You get one probably made in America Dropkick Murphy shirt.
And look, kudos to that guy for
fucking joke president. Fucking joke president. They like make fun of you at the fucking punk shows and stuff. You're such a joke. One thing I don't think happened to like even Baby Bush really. Well, I mean, not until 2010 or something like that was full-blown mocking them. But now we just full-blown mock you to your joke-ass president face. You're a joke president. You're like a joke president. You're a punchline. Fucking punchline president. World leaders put the screws in Trump as he secretly begs. Japan is getting ready for war? Uh-oh. Why is Japan getting ready for war?
Did you know that Japan is the only country in the world whose constitution explicitly renounces war?
Wow.
Yes, the land of cherry blossoms and cutting-edge tech has a no-war clause written into its very DNA. That's why it's so obvious that a transformation is underway. Japan's military today is almost
oh no, they're gonna be like, pay up, America, and Trump will be like, no, we won't, we'll fight them, blah blah blah. And they're gonna be like, pay up, America, we're your greatest debtor, fucking pay us. And we're gonna be like, we don't have it. And they're gonna be like, well, that's why we built this military, pay us or we kill you. It's fucking annoying. We shouldn't have borrowed money from Asia. Why do we do that? Why do we do that? I hate my forefathers. I kind of hate them. The messes that they left us with. I'd rather have just suffered and you know, pulled ourselves up by the bootstraps, but instead we borrow like $10 trillion from Japan and China. Remember the people that we dropped the nuclear bombs on, we borrowed $10 trillion from. Dear God, why? Anybody with a fucking brain. Anybody with a brain. These people don't have brains. The people that run our country for the last 75 years, they don't have brains. They don't use them. Anybody with a fucking brain would have been like, no, we are not borrowing money from these people that we dropped the nuclear bomb on. Anybody with a brain. America doesn't have a fucking brain, not for the last 75 years. Anybody with a fucking brain would have been like, no, we're not borrowing trillions of dollars from these people that we drop bombs on. No, no. Remember, the only nuclear bomb that we ever dropped was on Japan, that's ever been dropped, was on Japan. And so you think, gee, okay, there's goddamn probably 300 crazy countries in the world that want to lend us money. You go to the one people that we absolutely like drop nuclear bombs on and definitely committed a sin against. When I think of loan sharks, honestly, I consider Germany a more likely loan shark than fucking Japan. Because we didn't drop a bomb on fucking Germany. We just stepped in and stopped Hitler. We didn't drop a bomb on fucking Germany. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I would have rather we borrowed money from fucking Germany than Japan. Why do we borrow? Like, I look at the problems that I'm fucking straddled with as an American, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, the people that were fucking making the decisions 50 years ago are fucking brain dead. Everybody on the block is smiling and being like, yeah, America, you want my money? I want your friendship. And there's all these people. Then there's the people that kind of are like, about us, because we kind of drop nuclear bombs on them. And I think, okay, I mean, China is acceptable. China was okay. We fear China. But I mean, borrowing money from China is okay because we've never been in full-blown direct conflict with China. We absolutely have been full-blown in fuck you nuclear bomb level of conflict with Japan. Why the fuck did we borrow money from them? Whatever white man thought that was a good fucking idea should be smacked up and down Madison Square. I seriously, like, and made fun of in the public. I don't care if you're 80 years old. You should be smacked up and down Madison fucking Square, like Madison Garden. Like right out for the whole public to see. Whatever white man thought it was fucking responsible and a good idea to borrow like fucking $5 trillion from these people that we dropped a nuclear bomb on. And they're good people. I have nothing against Japanese. I have against dumb whiteys who borrow trillions of dollars from these people that we dropped a nuclear bomb on in the last 100 years. Why the fuck did you do that? You understand that's like a form of leverage? Maybe you've never owned money to somebody or dealt with loan sharks or bullshit ass drug people or anything like that. Maybe you're just naive like Trump and you're just a piece of shit landed gentry fucking scumlord, you know? But I don't know. But when I think of money that we borrow from, as people that we borrow money from, Japan is not on that fucking list. It's just proof that the people running the goddamn government are so brain dead fucking moron. That's going to be a problem later. I'm telling Japan to make it a problem later. Make Japan, dear Japan, make this a problem later. These fucking white people walked all over you like you didn't exist, dropped a nuclear bomb on you, and stole $5 trillion from you. And I suggest to Japan that they make it a problem for America, kind of. It's insane, and I'm sure I'll be the one to pay the price as the public. But I'm dead serious. You don't borrow $5 trillion from these people that you just dropped a nuclear bomb on. What the fuck were you thinking, you piece of shit American dead slot, brain dead fucking leadership? What the fuck were you thinking? And I'm sure a bunch of those people are still alive. I'm sure they're still alive. I agonize over that one. I'm like, we love the Japan. We love Japan. We love Japanese. I love the Japanese people. I want them to be my friend. I believe in their music, their products, their video games, everything. I like Japan. No problem. I don't mind that we borrowed money from them even. I mean, I mind. But I mean, as far as people go, if there was somebody to borrow money from, I'm glad that we did it from Japan, because they at least are probably at least going to look at it from a logical point of view. Thank God. If it was somebody else, if it was like Russia, they'd just be like, pay up or we nuke you. And I don't really see what's stopping Japan from saying that either. What's to stop Japan from being like, nah, pay up or we fucking nuke you? And we're like, we don't have $10 trillion right now. Our government just shut down. And Japan's like, tough titty, fucking pay us, like every other loan shark in business. Japan's like, we got this huge military, you want to fuck with us? We're really pissed at you over that fucking nuclear bomb thing. And I'm serious, like, I know this comes across as some joke, like I'm making light of crazy nuclear things, but no, I have a very, very deep paranoid fucking thing about this. Why did you fucking borrow trillions of dollars from fucking Japan, you piece of shit, brain dead American leadership white people? Why the fuck did you do that? Why did you do that? You're so fucking stupid. I hate you. You're so fucking stupid. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. How the fuck are we gonna live that one down? We're gonna have to pay them. Or they're gonna be like, nah, we'll just pull a bunch of friends and we'll nuke you. Trust me, we're gonna have to fucking pay them. We're gonna have to pay these people that we owe money to. With what? With what? All the rich white people stole it all. All the Elons of the world stole our money. All of that money's gone. We don't have any fucking money. When they come and they're like, you borrow $5 trillion. If you don't fucking pay, we're gonna nuke you. What do we say? We say, Elon's got it. or whatever. What the fuck do we say, you worthless pieces of shit leadership in America? What the fuck do we say? Did you ever think about this? Any diplomat in fucking history would have been like, no. This is how stupid we've gotten. This is how stupid we've been.